You ain't the boss of me.
What the hell?
Alright, fine, chat. Fine. Since you wanted it, man. Since you wanted it, I'll start. Jeez. Jeez, man. Alright. Chat. Good day, good evening, good afternoon, man. Happy brunch. The most important meal of the day. How do we do, though? Bardi, Nestop York, hello. How do we do, though? How's Monday? You guys good? Did you eat good? What even is D4? That's so right, Bardi. Like, I know that you're actually asking that, but like that's so true, though. Eating now, though. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. What you eating, man? Could be better, but hanging in there. I know about Diablo 4, though. Yeah, D4 is basically Diablo 4. Bad. Nah, it's not bad, it's just like... Then you have like Path of Exile, and it's like... what D4, dude? Crow! Well, Rastich! Hello, man. Yeah, React and the Crow, man. Damn right. Should happen like a lot now, cause like, man... Kinda losing sleep over this game, cause like I am actually that excited, though. Like, why is this... Right, let's see. We are gonna be watching... first, I think I want to watch that entire Endgame reveal again in peace now. Then we can see, dude. Let's see. And bam! Bam! Bam, bam. Then we have like the podcast that was yesterday. I didn't watch all of it. Watched some of it. It was pretty good, man. But yeah, Rastich, what's up, man? What you been doing? Lost a fight to Gravity and a table Saturday night. Getting old sucks. How are you, Crow? Dude, lost a fight to Gravity and table, bro. I'm sure there is gonna be like a... There is gonna be like a... round 2, okay? It's gonna be a round 2, dude. Dude, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Man, so like my mom, right? She was writing an email to her like doctor about some medication switch, right? I set her everything up. She just needed to write an email, though. She did write it. I think I had like a brain aneurysm when I went to read it, bro. She can't write her own emails, okay? I'm pretty sure like there was at least 3 words that are not even Croatian. That are not even Croatian. Some of them, like, I'm not even sure are there even words, actual words. She's never writing email again, okay? I like, it's fine. Dude, now I understand, like, why is there, you know, I always thought it was, does grammar checker and everything, that was like, just to, like, make your life easier. But I feel like people like her, dude, they actually need it. Actually, dude, Rasta, I have like 60 hours or something, 70, I don't know, in this like season of Path of Exile. I'm still mid-game, dude. Apparently, like, endgame is when you reach tier 16 maps, and then it's like tier 17 maps, which is there's a lot, but it's not about that, dude. It's just the passion. Like, you will see throughout this and the next video, like, when person is just smiling all the time, right? When somebody's trying to sell you like a product, and not only sell you, like, just like present you the damn product, dude, you can see how much he's invested into it, dude. The big difference when somebody actually plays their damn game and like somebody who just wants to sell you the game, dude. Big freaking difference, though. Right, I think I'm gonna stop with the music, though. I'm gonna start with I'm gonna go watch all of this, cause like we have time, man. We have time, dude. Right, I just need to see like if it's too loud.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one shot.
But it's okay. So like PoE skill tree, it is like a menacing. But if you would combine, like if you would put like Diablo skill tree, right, like the Paragon system, it would end up being like a bunch of those like things. It would end up being the same, though. It would end up being, and honestly, Path of Exile 1 is much easier to understand, cause like Diablo 1 is just like mashup of everything together, and you like need to rotate this, rotate that. Like it's just too complicated, but it's way too simple though. Like Path of Exile 1 actually makes sense. Like once you build like first time, you'll understand like what you're supposed to do though.
Do not attack.
When you hear the
We are not gonna use caption.
What do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman.
Dude, even the cinematics
Shut your damn
improved
mouth.
dramatically.
Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
He looks just like me, man.
Sullen!
Do the fire effect. Also, like, PoE like released all this like class ascendancy stuff, right? Like the art.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't.
The flame one is insane, though. What is it called? Pyromancer?
Captain Oren?
So freaking good.
Captain?
Brady, man.
It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain!
Whoa. Chat, he said yeah further on stream, dude. Freaking rude.
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not.
Raid? Shadow Legends? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. No. Even though a raid for a gacha game was like a decent game though. Just nobody has like a entire lifetime and like unlimited budget to play those games, so you know.
Captain!
That's like Elon Musk kind of a game though. Dude, so cool, man. As I said, their animations got insanely good.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Why do it like? Why is it like in every of this like a kind of cinematics in games or movies? You get like something that looks freaking menacing, and the first thing you want to do is like click things to open it, dude. Like Book of Evil, like yesterday when we watched, man. First thing, unleash everything, dude.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal,
Hey, Diablo Immortal is probably a better game than Diablo 4, dude.
you don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world.
It has like 20 classes, man.
Destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
The guy just wanted some can of worms, dude. So freaking sick, dude. That was such a good cinematic, man. Bro, the music in this game is gonna be insane, though. Like, actually insane.
Hi, I'm
Hi, Jonathan.
Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th.
Hi, Johnny boy, me.
But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going...
Right, like we already like watched some of this, but dude, seven different system in the end game, right? People were like calculating for like Diablo, the game that is already like been out for like over a year within an expansion. And this one still has like 4 or 3 times more like content, depending how you stretch it though. And like this is just like 33% or like something like that. Because the game is literally gonna be at least double on a release. Because we only have like half classes now. But that half has like still one more
to be
like ascendancy class in between it, which is basically like 6 more classes.
Roll the gameplay trailer.
So many classes, man.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life.
Dude, did that guy had a spike in his head?
At all
Like
costs.
tilting all the heads? By the way, that's a chest. That laser like cutting him in half, that was a chest. Like that's the loot in the game. Like you open it as a chest.
Say,
That's crazy.
there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Dude, the animations look so freaking sick though. Absolutely freaking insane. Oh yeah. Skill tree, man. See? It's pretty simple, dude. You see the line, you just follow it. Like, how do people find this complex? I don't know, man. Just because there is like 1500, man, things to click. Doesn't make it complex, right? You just click and hope it works. But as I said, like, this is very different from Path of Exile 1. Because in 1, you build defenses through the tree, you know. Here it's pretty much all damage. Like, all of this is like, there is utility, but mainly it's only damage nodes in here. People get overloaded from choice. No, that is true though. Like, it will be the same at the beginning, but once you understand, and like, there is a big difference now, right? So you have to like follow one line, doesn't really matter where you go. And like, it's gonna be like elemental stuff, so like, oh, this is like a lightning stuff, I can see by the icons. So you can type like lightning and it's gonna like shine up every like choice related to like lightning damage. So you basically just need to like follow a single path. And like you can branch out if you want like a double element stuff. Like at the end of the day, dude, like you can always respec. Like the problem with the first one was you had too many choices, you didn't know what the hell to do, but it was impossible to like reroll. Because like getting currency to reroll was insanely hard. In this one, it's like much different. So if you do fuck up, right, you do have options. That's probably like the biggest reason people like hated it. Because if you fucked up, you literally had to make a new character. Because that was easier than like trying to respec. So all the like big issues people had with first one is what they are trying to address in this one. I just can't get over how like insanely like graphically improved the game is.
With the end, and I will do what
So
I
freaking
must.
good. Yeah, but this Atlas though. You know what this Atlas reminds me of? Like the later, what is it, dude? The freaking like Might and Magic. I think like Might and Magic like 5 started with like this kind of overworld. It was no, like looks something similar to this though. Yeah, Heroes of Might and Magic vibes. Yeah, literally that. I think it started like with 4 or 5. Pretty much that. Newell, hello man. It is dope though. Like this is great, and also they you will see later in the interview, like which I caught like some parts of. Basically, the way that is gonna work in this one is since like it's you see how like this one is like a lush land, like this is just like a grassland, and there's like a desert here, and there's a sea here. So the way that like unique maps are gonna work, and just like general, you will know what type of gear drops where, right? So if it's a forest will have like a specific loot drops. So desert will have like each tile set has its own thing, and where they do combine, like you see how this like they combine here, like desert and like forest combine here. These nodes can become like special nodes, like special unique maps, which are only like a condition is that they need to like merge together, and that's how the dude is gonna be so randomized. And it was confirmed, like, you can fuck it up, this entire thing, because you can only do, like, one of each, like, this node, and this is basically, like, maps, right? Each one you can do, like, wherever you want to go, like, you can progress wherever, but if you fail it, you're locked off. Like, if I fail this one, I can't continue, for example, I can't continue here. Did you get the 443 euro pack? I would. If I had the money, I would literally get the highest pack. Well, mainly for the hoodie, dude. Mainly for the hoodie and the paladin pack, though. But dude, that hoodie is sick. I hate that they don't have the freaking that they don't have the actual like merch shop, because like hoodie was amazing. So many trees. Oh yeah, like if you thought like that was all, man, right? That tree is just one, dude. There is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's a 7th one. There is 7 different trees along with your main tree to like. You will have a whole lot of trees to like click stuff into, okay? Did you get it, Novel, though? Also, like, I like the fact here you can see the damage you done to the boss. Are you even a real PoE fan if you don't? True, though. That is true, though. Yeah. Like, I heard that he was watching the data yesterday, like, in a podcast, and he was like, I expected, like, we expected, like, a lot of people are gonna support us, right? Like, over the years, it was... But he did not expect that many people, dude, to, like, actually buy the packs. So many trees, PoE is gonna stop global warming in the first week... It sure will, man. Actually, I'm not really sure about that part. Depending, like, how optimized the game is and your GPU, like, burning everything down, though. Like, they might, like, have too many trees, dude. But all this GPU and power is gonna need... Guess we're gonna find out, man. I mean, it can't be worse than the first game. Like, dude, the first game is insane. Like, my GPU, dude.
With death.
Vroom.
Let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5
That's an
years
understatement,
since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the Endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more.
I got the basic pack.
Monsters are mutating.
By the way, like, Noel, did you check the... You spend money over the game, right? If you spend like 480 bucks over like last 10 years or whatever, you can check in your transactions on the... You probably got the key already. Because you probably like bought a lot of stuff. Look, Nvidia is telling us AI power consumption is good because they give us so much additional information possibilities. Dude, that's true though. Oh, you haven't spent a single cent. Damn! Bro! Kinda disappointed though. Kinda disappointed in you though. I thought you were like big swiper in this one as well. Considering like the games you invest your time into though. Man, like when I realized, Bardi, how many people are actually doing that, that's crazy to me. Like, let's be honest, like majority of the freaking like majority of the emails that like people write are like, aren't these dude, you can just copy paste half your freaking emails, dude, right? They usually start the same and end the same, right? So it's just like the middle one that you need to like change. Come on, how lazy can you be, man? Is this live, man? Crow making us watch words, dude. Hi Crow, hope this email finds you well, man. True. I do it differently though. I just put that I hope this email finds you well is in like a separate column. That's it. I mean separate row. Column and row. I know my stuff. That's it. Pretty much there.
This is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption.
Also, Evie, hello, man.
Sentences of death to any who would question him.
You'll see a lot of this. Like, bro, I'm starting to lose sleep over this game. I'm that freaking excited. It's been like... I don't remember when I was this excited about the game, though.
And
like,
this is where you
legit
find
this
yourself
much.
At the start of PoE 2.
I had doubts with pretty much all the other ones I was excited. This one I have zero doubts.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsa.
I downloaded PoE 1. I'm level 23. Bro,
There are
I saw the data. It was like a couple of years back. Majority of the players quit before they finished Act 1, which is around like level 16. So you already like, you're already past that, man. You good, man. You good.
challenging monsters, hidden rooms,
You survived the hardest part.
lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of
I mean,
corruption,
you ain't
the
wrong,
source of all this devastation.
You ain't
On the
wrong.
way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely
I'll be streaming
bonds,
PoE like
and
this
uncover
week
lost
as well.
civilizations.
I'll show you like I'm slowly getting to the end game, dude.
class.
After 2,000 hours. 2.5k or something.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Bro, Monk is looking so freaking sick. Melee is back! Melee is freaking back! And he's back with vengeance. Dude, it's looking so goddamn cool. By the way, like internally, right? Everybody who was ever tested the game, like Monk was by far the most picked class in the game. And like, not picked, but most fun. Like when they were doing the surveys and everything, it was like by far the most popular, most fun. And yet, it was the most... it was also the class that died the most, man. Shouldn't have looked at my PayPal. Oh no. What did you do, man? Monka ass, man. Nah, Sork is best. Well, currently, the Fire Sork is looking insane, though. If that's probably gonna be my second character. Most likely, I'm gonna be playing Monk, and the Sork is gonna be the second one.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available.
Yeah, so you see how it works? I'm down big on... Bro, can we get a rough estimate, Noel? How much did you spend on Throne and Liberty, dude? So let me see here. Dude, a Flicker Strike. Bro, like this skill, I played it once. I don't think I ever got as sick playing a video game than trying to play with this skill. Like, you press like one key, you hold it, and like your character is just doing this. You just like zap everywhere, and like your mind can't keep up. You just literally dizzy, dude. Charge stuff, mantra of destruction. That sounds cool as hell. Whirling, dude. Oh yeah. Like, we won't get, like, Whirlwind, so Spin to Win at the beginning of the game, like, of the early access. It is coming, though. But this, he said, like, this is very similar to it. So Monk can be Spin to Win, dude. So there's that. I could have bought 3 of the big packs for pet. Oh my god. God damn, man. Okay, I think Novel is time for the overtime, man. Time to clock in the overtime, dude. Bets in chat 420.
on PoE.
Just don't ask him about like Black
Choose an
Desert
existing
Online
skill
though.
to level up,
Don't ask him
or
about
choose to
that.
engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 skills of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind.
Oh, yeah, see, that's the strike, I think. Yeah, I think that's the one.
Combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also
freaking ding dong. I don't know, like the bell monk in like Diablo 3 was freaking fun though.
or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
You'll see later, like when they add that other skill, the wave one with the bell, it looks freaking hilarious.
If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaff.
Yeah, this one.
So this
see
just
this one,
scratches the surface of
the lightning like wave one.
By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack.
Bro, he has a freaking like look at that. It's like he's like playing like a freaking Sith from Star Wars, dude. What is this, man? Freaking lightsabers,
Projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo
dual
attacks.
wields. Dude.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself
Bell, they
committed
stole
to a
that from
long
the shooting
attack,
game with
you can
zombies,
roll
dude.
out of it at any time.
Bro, shooting game with zombies is just described like, I don't know, 87% of all shooters ever made. They all have freaking zombies, dude.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
Oh, you mean Witchfire? Dude, Witchfire, great.
War cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example.
Hey, don't worry, they have a new game though. Nesta, they have a new game, it's great.
Slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster
They
and be a little
changed.
more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield,
Yeah,
your
Witchfire,
stun will build as you take damage, so be careful.
Next, like next year, big patch. I'm looking forward to
You'll
it.
be vulnerable. Some
You died.
enemies also have
Get wrecked.
unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time. So you're
Meanwhile,
full
having a
damage
new
when you leap from the
Kickstarter
front.
for it. But not a scam
The
though.
warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder,
Dude, like
and socket
this
it into my
skill
Ancestral
tree is so
Warrior
much
Totem.
better than right
When I
now.
summon him, he'll sit there
Like
and slam
easier to
bosses
like
from a
modify
distance.
that is.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat.
Oh yeah,
separating
like
the
this
very
skill,
open stand.
look at that hammer drop. It's looking freaking insane though.
Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow.
But we're Templar
we want
though.
to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks
Nice.
bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants.
Yeah, it is so cool how like skills interact in like Path of Exile 2.
Ability and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation.
Because like in PoE 1 it was basically just
Be they falling
crack
from the
up like
sky,
one
bouncing
skill,
off
press it
enemies,
once,
or
destroy
spraying out
entire screen.
tornadoes.
Here like I'm pretty sure we're gonna get the like
In the bottom
similar
left of the
level
screen,
of
the
power
flask slots look a little
when it comes to like blowing up the screen.
PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and
But it
one
will take
mana
a bit,
flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full.
Like I think the best combo is like they are doing that one like similar here, but as I said, all the games that have like fire element that interacts with like ice and it creates explosion or stuff like that. Warframe, like any game has it, and it's a great way to like amplify the gameplay, dude.
But that's not the only thing
That's
you can use
literally
charges
just
for.
doubling the amount of
Charms are a
like
new
skills you
item
actually
type
have
that
in a
will
game.
automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen?
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna make you sad though, Novo. I don't think Ray Spectre is gonna be day one. We're gonna watch the interview later. I think he mentioned that like Ray Spectre is not ready. That's why they didn't show it. Like it will happen soon, but something else came in. Like we still don't know. But there is something else instead of like Spectre that people are gonna like. That's what he said. They have like one more surprise for the summoners though.
Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get
Yeah,
frozen.
we'll see later, like with
To
the
recharge them,
interview.
just kill more monsters.
But I know that he
You can
said
gain
something
more
like
slots
in
for
those
charms
lines.
by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and
You
mobility.
can just play Merc till then
All
though.
classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault
So
rifles,
good, dude. Like
and even
this,
grenade launchers.
this
But
feels
not
so
only
good,
that,
dude.
there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade.
This
to
is just
poison
insane,
enemies
bro.
Before detonating
Like,
the cloud
actually
with an
insane.
explosive shot for
This
massive
kind
damage.
of gameplay.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic
Look at those freaking explosions, dude.
If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting
Hey, Yogi.
powerful chaos spells that
Watching the
debilitate
death of
her
Diablo. Nah.
Cult skills are some of the most varied in the game.
Well,
with
it's-
skeletons, noxious spells, special
A lot of us will like just
sacrificial magic.
forget about like Diablo
Before
after
we
you
talk
play
about
this game,
minions,
but
we'll have to
true,
talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to
But
pick
player
from a
base,
range of
man, too
persistent
big, though.
skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does
How
cold
you
damage
doing?
to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Yeah, like
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
you can
Yeah,
still
I'm
like
using the skills
like
point to
res all the
allocate
like
which
random
minions I
enemies
want
though, Novo. You
can
just
see the
won't be
spirit
able to
cost of
like
each one.
specialize in
Skeletal warriors
specters,
are
I
cheap,
think.
but weak. Useful for tanking
At least not
damage and
yet, though.
distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You
That's
can
my
order these
spoken
guys to
Nice.
dominate your own
Which one did you
minions
get?
for even more
Did you
damage
get the
and
max
very
one though, Yogi?
If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon
Because
type
Giga
is
Chair.
imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. If you want an
Friends!
even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker
You
so
need
your
to
horde
save
can
for
take them down.
Christmas.
There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fierce
But yeah,
army
dude,
of the
like
dead,
that
consuming
hoodie,
everything
like
in its
hoodie
path.
alone, and but I hate that they put the freaking. I'm just hoping that we're gonna get a
Sorceress
similar
bends the
like paladin
elements to her
set
will, using them to
in the
unleash
actual game.
devastation on her
Like,
foes. This
to buy
classic
as a skin
spellcaster
without
weaves a
the
flurry of
supporter
elemental
pack.
magic from
Probably
afar.
later though.
The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get
Look at this. Look at
Each
this
spell is
freaking
unique and
class.
has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements.
Crazy, dude.
For
Like,
example, Flame
Sork
Wall conjures a
is
burning line
absolutely
that not only
insane.
damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it,
like,
there'll be
bro,
an extra
what
fire.
is this?
It's a good idea
Crazy.
to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
Look at the flail, dude.
For example,
Can't wait for
a
Templar.
Poison Ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a
To break
variety
the game?
of recommended
Nah.
support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example,
So the way that Path of Exile actually like does stuff is they usually make they do like nerf certain like things that are absolutely like insane, right? But it doesn't really happen all that often. They usually just buff everything else, so it's fucking cool as hell, right? So they change meta like every season. So and if some skill, for example, like Righteous Spire has always been like Righteous Spire like forever. They did change it a bit, but it was always like they don't like kill the builds though. Like in majority of the way, man. The only nerf PO really does is when it's like you press one button and Shaper dies 20 times over. Yeah, something like that. Meta react view bot reporting for the freaking Warriors, dude. Go to bed. These guys like, dude, like go to freaking bed, man. Okay. Can't even hear me, bro. Like he literally is like he can't hear on one ear. All clogged up, man. And Shagar, how you doing, man? Welcome, man.
this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3
No,
of them.
like, dude,
Once you
that's a
have the
big
gem,
change.
You can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move.
You do like, you guys realize why he like used like a multi-shot? Cause like GMPs and like LMPs do literally every single skill in a game though. Like find me like one skill that that's a projectile that didn't have like one of those.
Move the gem
Speak
over to
up,
your
son.
high velocity
No.
round skill.
I will not.
Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note
Yeah,
that
it
you
will work, except people will still break their builds
only
anyway.
have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can
They
have up to
want
5
sport to
supports
change your
soldered into it.
abilities.
And if you're clever, you can come
Man,
up
I'm
with
so
some
hyped
pretty
about this
interesting
game.
ideas.
It's like absolutely
Now, all
insane.
of this is just scratching the surface. You can
I
make
can't
frost
freaking wait,
vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat.
Also, this like armor break mechanic, like feels like a lot of that is gonna be relevant to the game, right? Like you can to actually like break like enemies' armors before you can actually do any damage. I can see that being like a very fun in the end game, dude. When guys like just like 20 seconds just breaking armor, dude.
Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build. Or at least
Then you
follow
hit him for
someone
like once and he's back with armor. Dude.
So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge.
Nice, not. This is normal, dude. I'm angry. I have to do what I always do in PoE and play unarmed for my first play of the league. So now I have a bunch of new things to learn. That should be great, though. That should be great. I think, honestly, there's a big difference how they did it. Like, a lot of these things, like, people are trying to, like, find out, like, info left and right? But in general, we literally don't know 80% of the stuff we actually don't know about. Like, we know the, like, mechanics are there and stuff like that, but actual, like, skills, descriptions, like, entire, like, ascendancy trees, like, we don't know, dude. We don't know the scope of the stuff, so everybody's gonna be, like, at the same, playing field when the game actually releases. Not like Diablo, where every single build is already known, like, a week before the game even released.
There are over
That's so good.
1,500
I freaking
nodes
love
in
that.
there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
Your armor
but
can
try
break
not
on
to be
taking
scared.
damage and
There are
lowers
lots of
actual
options,
effectiveness.
But at its core, it's pretty simple.
Wait, your armor can break on...
Each level
What?
you get 1 point
No,
per
no
point
wonder
of the
everybody
tree.
was dying with Monk,
Each
dude.
class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way.
Heavy damage breaks. That is cool. I don't know. Like for me personally, I was never like a big fan of like I'm playing right now like Lightning Strike Slayer, right? Evasion builds. I always like the big freaking tanky builds, dude. Just give me armor.
But if you
just
do
face
happen
tank
to make a choice
everything.
you regret,
Hit
you'll be
me,
able
please.
to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
But yeah, like as you can see here, the big difference, like this makes a lot of difference. It's hard to like explain to people how much of a difference this skill tree is when you remove the HP nodes, though. Right? First time I played this game, like Path of Exile 1, I literally just went all damage, right? I was literally avoiding every single like HP defense node in a game, dude. Then by like level 40, everything was one-shotting me. Because I didn't invest anything into this. So everything like when it comes to survivability is gonna be from your gear and skills, though. Yeah, like there isn't, and I think that's a good design choice though. Now it's all about like your class and interaction with the actual skills rather than okay, I need like all of this and I'm gonna be immortal now.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real
that
power
is
comes
big,
from
though.
Notables. Notables
That is
normally
big.
have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make
Bro, like I want to play the shrapnel.
that even though this is in the mercenary section,
Shrapnel with
this will
like a
work with
freaking shotty,
projectiles
dude.
from all classes. So there are often reasons to go to
Actually
different areas of the
disgusting.
tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to
Call
pick
of
which
Steel.
attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes
Barbarian
give you
weapon
for
throwing
different prices at
shrapnel.
the respec vendor.
Actually a good throw barb though.
In
But
addition
fuck
to
barbs, man.
notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones.
We do hate barbs here.
Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often
Alright. I'm just gonna put it out here. This is my favorite node in Path of Exile 1, okay? I have seen so many people Like, it sounds great on paper, though. Like, immune to chaos damage, because, like, it's the hardest one to defend against. But actually building around it is freaking the most expensive shit you can do. So good luck, have fun.
To design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single
This
hand,
one, though.
but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can
Big
use a
boy,
two-hand
man.
mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Now that's a big
Mind
ball.
over matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana.
Oh yeah, he didn't mention here. Have you seen about like the blood mage? That blood mage can overcap its life like by double, which he didn't mention in this video. Double, dude. Like you can overcap your HP by double, dude. That's crazy.
Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain
This
skills.
is also one of the
One of the
cool
new
things,
features
though.
in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Yeah,
If you
like
want to
this
stick with
changes
just one weapon
dramatically.
set, you can
I
just
think-
use these specialization
Okay,
points.
so this part is probably more complex than the actual skill tree, though. Figuring how to do this good, like this is gonna be a big difference between like a good like build and like just broken ass build. Like this part, like the weapon sets. This will differentiate like how OP some build is.
As bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book.
You defeat Crowbell.
There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign.
Yeah, so like the thing about this part though, I don't know how this is gonna be pure hell if you want to like reroll the character though. Having to like redo all this in a campaign is so annoying, man. Yeah, but like this will get annoying very fast if you want to like play a different character, because you have to go through all of this to get to the maps. Like I'm not sure like if this system is gonna stay like this. Like I feel they might pull like Diablo on this one, like with the Lilith shrines and stuff.
Campaign 2. On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items.
That could be
If
also
you're
a
having
thing,
trouble
yeah.
getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses.
That's
You
true,
can
because
find
the
the
bosses
first
are like the
in Act 1.
like the map bosses,
Defeat
right?
the
So
boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the
wait, where is my mythics though?
campaign is upgrade the items
Okay.
you find, and you can do that with currency items. An orb of transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item.
Okay, then it's like one. We see augments a magic item with a random
One mod.
modifier.
You
Like
can then
this
apply
crafting
an
is
orb
gonna be so
augmentation
much.
to add a second mod. Then you use a regal orb to add a third mod and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some exalted orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Easy, man.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in
Okay, that is so wrong. Exalted dropped and there wasn't like the ping sound, dude. What is this? And like the loot filter didn't trigger and like typed it like this. I don't know, man.
Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more
Oh yeah, speaking of loot filter, they are expecting it. I saw like Neversink made a tweet about it. 2 to 8 weeks, he said, is gonna take him. But he's gonna primarily focus on trying to get the endgame stuff first, right? Like the maps and all that filtered out, like what is like more valuable at the end.
Frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Nice.
Another important area of crafting items...
Bro, just the general art style of these things is insane, though. Like, I just love how, like, even the basic skins look is sick. Like, this is just basic skin. And, like, the unique items are, like, all having unique art.
Some items you find will have sockets
ridiculous.
that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
So cool, man.
If you don't
Very
want to
simple, but
disenchant
still
or
like
salvage your items, you can always
I
salvage
think
your
like
gold.
deep enough.
Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market.
Oh wait, so this will be... Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. Holy crap, I love this feature so much in like PoE 1. Bro, this is probably like my most fun... I seriously, when it comes to currency stuff, I hate going on a freaking PoE trade, dude, and look for that crap. This is like... I love this. This is a great thing, dude. Like items, they don't need, like, honestly, for items, I don't really care, but when I'm looking for, like, the currency exchange, this is the best thing.
Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Gold, as it should be. Freaking gold.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do
Gain up to a 40% increased movement speed at random when hit until hit again. So basically, as a monk, yeah, you'll never get it, dude. You just get hit like 17 times, die.
much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge.
Just janky up your movement, dude.
Morphing you into sand as you
True though, I didn't think about that. Self-hitting, man.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine.
Freaking flail yourself, dude, all the time.
It just turns your bow attacks into full.
Hold on. Does that work with like a life tap? Would like something like a life tap work for that? 50% movement speed. Well, that fixes movement speed, I guess. Dude, Quill Rain though. Like you get this one, you just instantly reroll to like Ranger. It's easy. It's that easy.
By doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see,
skills,
every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Oh look, like that is literally like a man. Look, they added like a D4 expansion into like Path of Exile. That's so nice of them. That's so nice of them though. I like it. Spirit Bone looking good.
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character.
Can't
Each
get
class
worse than
has
a Rod
three
doing it,
ascendancy
dude.
classes.
Freaking Rod
At the
Ferguson.
start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements.
This is probably gonna be my second
Warlock
class,
uses
most
elemental
likely.
storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
This one or do the Chronomancer
Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of
by 2 of your shows at the same time, dude. That's crazy.
shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply shock. Make a shock build.
His
with
bank
any
account.
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer.
Yeah, bro, like
Time
this.
itself.
So cool.
She literally has the
Yeah, so like, he didn't mention it in this video, but you can modify this skill, dude. You can modify this skill and like just make full group of Chronomancers, dude. Just go entire map and just freeze everything. Like, obviously there's probably gonna be like diminishing returns though, but still. Yeah, just bullying bosses, bro. And you can probably like build, isn't it like that they take more damage when they are like doing like with this one? Just stack everything, actually bullying.
ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
In 2 minutes
Warrior,
done.
you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors.
Alright, can I call it right now? If that is possible though, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be like the first like major nerf in a game where they're gonna put like some kind of like CC for bosses, like CC either like immunity or like a lot of diminishing returns. Because that's what's gonna happen, dude. There's gonna be a pinnacle boss that won't move. People are gonna kill a pinnacle boss without him actually ever doing anything.
To gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase
Dude,
your
this
body in a
one-
protective layer
this
that
one is
absorbs more
crazy,
damage
bro.
Until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to
You just
explode
hold
the
that
corpses
key
of your
and don't
enemies.
have to move.
And with
Easy.
Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With
Hey,
endless
Tornado
munitions,
shot Deadeye.
every attack gains an extra projectile.
Magic farming, tornado shot,
She gains a small increase to movement speed with every
Deadeye,
attack.
build guide.
She loses them with
Calling
winning
it right
hit.
now.
With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal
That
various
Elvin's got
types of
buffed.
damage.
I think for like this kind of a game though, yeah.
Enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
So I'm not really sure about this flash. Do you get like extra flash? I know they said you get extra flash slots as well.
The number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Or it's just like a
Witch can
separate
ascend
slot.
into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on
Okay, I've seen like people already theory craft that this, cause like Righteous Fire is still not in a game. It is working as a Righteous Fire. It's still not in a game. It is coming soon. Obviously not with these classes, but people say like this one is having like a Righteous Fire, like, cause we don't really know all the skill stuff. That this could be like the Righteous Fire Ascendancy as well.
fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells,
So spending mana for skills, take maximum life and energy, shield as fire damage when Infernal reaches maximum. Okay, so yeah, lose all Infernal Flame or reach maximum. Lost, but if none was gained in the last 2
The
seconds.
flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While the
Lilith,
demon
is that
form,
you?
she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts
Literally
of extra
Necro from D3
life, and
though.
with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
But actually not
Once you've
not
got a
as.
significant
I
amount of
freaking
life,
hated that
you
goddamn
use
class.
Aura Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements.
Oh, there we
will
go.
become an invoker.
Main.
With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a
My
choice,
class.
you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold.
I am the Blizzard now, man. I am the Blizzard. If this is not the biggest call out from like Path of Exile, then I don't know what is. I love how they put it in like capital as well, Blizzard. I love the name of this skill so much, man. I'm the captain now. You're a Blizzard, Harry. Goddamn right. I'm the captain. I'm Blizzard.
Lightning.
Hey, Fluffy.
Social Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
Yeah, this is my class,
Some
man.
monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and
By the way, like if you play this one, you have to listen to like something like My Chemical Romance, okay? Like this, like that is, it's not an option though. You have to like listen to My Chemical Romance.
deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you
What
will deal
about Panic
extra
at the
chaos
Disco?
damage from all the darkness you have.
Like I'm flexible, but you have to
Increase
keep it though.
resistances to chaos damage and can allow them
In character, have to keep it in character, okay?
but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
I don't know, I was never a big fan of like
Mercenary
picking
has a
up
job to do.
orbs or
Which
stuff
job
around the
suits you?
ground to like
You
buff
might
you.
choose to become a Witch Hunter.
Hey there.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks.
Like it's fine when it's like just
With
like a
Zealous Inquisition,
some
your
kind of a
enemies have
mechanic,
10%
but a
chance to
class
explode
mechanic,
on
nah.
death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with
Bro
Witchcraft,
has like
you can
300k
break your enemy's
DPS. Dude.
concentration, preventing them from casting spells as
second.
often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying.
He's great for group play though.
While Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the ascendancy
Does
classes for the start
30%,
of
he's
early
done.
access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet
Dies,
is
I let
how to
others
ascend
like
in the
finish
first
it.
place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh,
Replica Void Eye.
culture
I
of
was
rich
never like
tales and brutal
too big into
traditions,
that.
who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The
90%
highest
quality
position in
righteous
Maraketh
fire though.
culture is a second,
Damn.
and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimers, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial.
The trial J.
In the trial of the Sekimers, each room has its own challenges to overcome.
What do you think it's gonna be? You realize it's Sanctum, man. But what do you think the third one is gonna be? I think it might be the Ancestor League, though. Like, I've seen a lot of people say that. I think it would be that.
This room,
Like
each rare
the one
monster
that was not
kills
revealed.
its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed.
The trial of
While
vasectomies?
fighting monsters in the trial,
Yeah,
you
well,
will need to
get
be very
one, man.
careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will
Too fluffy,
damage
that
your
is
honor.
fast, though. It's just like
The
snip,
monsters
snip.
are well
You're
telegraphed,
done, dude.
so that you can avoid their attacks. But if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a
Then
good
your
idea to
dog
make
becomes
sure you are
depressed,
well
though.
prepared before challenging the trial of the Sekimers. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used
Just
to unlock
sleeps all day,
chests
dude.
later.
Turns into a cat.
Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50%.
Be lab.
You will want to take care if you choose.
Jonathan be like, ha, got you.
There are many different challenges
No.
and rewards as
No.
you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange.
I think it's gonna be
artifacts that
Ancestor
test
League.
your
I hope, though. I think Ancestor
As you
League was cool,
progress, You'll
dude.
be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekimer's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water,
Freaking
an
traps.
extremely valuable and treasured resource.
There's a reason why I like the Righteous Fire the most, okay? I would enter the trap room and I would laugh. With, like, turn off Righteous Fire with my 70 bajillion freaking life regen and just laugh there. Sit and trigger every single one of them. Get wrecked, game. I win.
To the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn.
I
will
am
allow
the-
you to
I am
receive
the
more
trap now.
benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor,
Okay,
you'll
that
find
sounded
a
very
powerful
wrong,
boss
though.
which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Poor choice of words, though. You like his accent?
Having defeated the
Dude,
boss, you've
Jonathan,
earned the right to
10 out of
ascend.
10, dude.
But first, the loot.
If we had like more game devs like
Keys
this,
you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better
me
ones,
playing
you'll need
Lancing
silver
Steel, why do I
or
need to
gold
aim when I
keys.
had 20 chains,
Let's
10
use the
forks, and
Altar of
50 bombs?
Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards.
So it's
that can
like
be
4
found within the Trial
floors,
of the Sekimers.
and
We'll
they are
see
like
that in a
level
section on the
gated.
endgame. For now, let's talk about the second ascendancy trial.
So it's pretty similar to
Trial
like
of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose
Freaking
whichever
ultimatum,
trial
dude.
you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimers is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options,
Yeah,
with a
the-
third trial coming later for the full release.
Like, I think the third one might be, like, as I said, like Ancestor, I don't know. But these two, I know that most people hate, like, either all of them.
Their civilization
I mean,
worshipped
I know people,
chaos.
like,
This
there is,
ancient
like,
trial
some
was once
weirdos who,
used
like,
by the
run
Vaal to test
Sanctum
their high priests.
because of
A
currency.
high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain
I finished the
power.
quest for Sanctum, that's it.
Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers
Leave
might beef
Jermaine.
up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
Must be the
In
trap
this
one.
case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
Must be the trap one, goddamn.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room.
I think like in this one it's
shocking turret.
so the trial in this one is like a separate room though, right? So if they have the same things, like when it hunts you, like the spirit haunts you, this map is like huge though, right? So you can abuse the shit out of like those mechanics. So I think it's gonna be less annoying than it is like in PoE 1. Yeah, you see how big the area is, so you can always like kite and play around those much better.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply
What should be a
requires you
Steam
to survive
achievement
a
to
certain
finish
amount of
all of the trials though.
time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend
Like
to
even
attack.
after you get the points.
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend.
Wall orb.
If you already did the Trial of the Sycamores, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards,
Dude,
and risks to
Witch
take.
Fire, let's
We'll talk
go!
more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Oh boy.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign.
This is how you do endgame, by the way.
The endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people
And Jonathan was like, and we took that personally. The boss is random, meaning that Crow will get the worst one every time. Every single
don't
freaking
feel
time,
that
dude.
way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to
Oh
complete
man.
if you're a new player.
I can now see it and I hate you, dude.
Campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league.
I can see it
We
now.
realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate
But
on
this is
endgame
like
and make
this is
that
a good
great.
change that they did. Like,
For new players, a 25-hour campaign
so he said like they did this endgame in 6 months though. Bro, like if they did this endgame in 6 months, just imagine how insane this game is gonna be like 2 years. Just imagine like next 2 years of this game, dude.
is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly
Actually,
care about
just
is
like
the
next
in-game
6 months is gonna be
challenges to
crazy.
overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster
No,
types.
that's just for bosses.
The
I
great
think.
thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same
This is just like insane to me, dude, right? Like this video is like, okay, let's say that up to here is just the game, dude. He's just explaining mechanics in a game for like 1 hour and 10 minutes. And he's like, you know what? Yeah, this is like 20-30% of the game, dude. Like you're gonna get double of this.
character level is what it would
Calm
be
down,
after
Jonathan.
the rest of the acts. We've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus.
You want me to show you like the next Diablo season? I think Rex made a video. It's like 3 minutes long. If you like remove the intro, I think it's like 3 minutes long.
It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around
And
level
he's
65
not talking very
in
fast, by the way.
games. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to Endgame. But what is the Endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
No, he literally did like a 3-minute video, like 4.
I'm Mark
Actually
Roberts,
4.
game director on Path of Exile 2.
So he's not even getting money, man.
Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a
That
lot
is
of
Rob, though.
distinct in-game
Rob probably
content
did
to
like
choose
50-minute video.
Each in-game mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Yeah, we want to keep it simple. We want to keep it simple, okay? We don't want to overwhelm the players. Here is just 7 systems. And we're gonna be adding like 27 more over the next 6 months. But like, we don't want to overwhelm the player, okay? So you're just gonna get 7.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of
Breaching it?
Exile 2.
Whoa,
It's
hold
infinite
on.
and expands in all directions. Now, we are not
Explain
going to
me.
spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land. and
Man,
your
Heroes of
objective
Might
is
and
to
Magic never
optimize
looked
it.
better, dude.
In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin
Never
cleansing
looked
corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel
And
the
he's
same
saying that
from
with
the
a straight
beginnings
face,
of the
though.
campaign,
Oh no,
and we
Flicker
have
Strike.
dialed the
Oh no.
randomization up to 11. The monster
Okay,
packs
I'm
in the
already
phase of
dizzy,
each
dude.
map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they
400 monster types in early access. 400 in early access, dude. You know what I did? I played Flicker Strike once, right? I was like, you know what? Like, I wanted to make it as a joke. The joke was on me, man. Never actually felt more physically sick playing a game, dude.
have a lot of varied.
And for some reason I couldn't stop, though.
Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once
And
you
it's
have
a freaking
done
monk
that,
skill.
the area will be marked as completed, and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die,
Wait,
then the map
there
will
is something
no longer
funnier
be
than
run,
Flicker
and
Strike?
you'll have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There
Oh,
are also
dude.
all kinds
Hell
of
no,
other
no.
random encounters you might run into as you
No,
play maps.
no.
One such encounter
No.
are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap.
Wait, bro.
Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often
That
have
sounds so
mechanisms
stupid.
to unleash powerful spells or dangerous.
Pack of additional items. That's a whole lot of items, man. Guarded by 14 packs of monsters, man. Need more packs. We put like more packs in
There
your
are different
packs, man.
types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency
But dude,
items to craft
that
the
sounds
box so
absolutely
you can
disgusting.
optimize the content.
But like, that's the fun part about like Path of Exile. Like, not many games allow you to do like stupid shit like that. Like, nobody wants it. It's just funny. You just let me have it, though.
But be careful of opening one you can't.
No way. No way. He's getting more than 4, dude. 4 scrolls. He gets 3 town portals, though.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod.
Dude,
from the cabinet.
that hammer drop looks so freaking cool, though. I like that skill a
For
lot.
example, we could use this
I'm definitely
one
gonna
as
be
a
using that
boost
one on
to
Templar.
ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Get wrecked, though. I have similar, but with belts. Classic.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a
35%
very
movement
nice pair
speed.
of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is,
Oh
the
yeah,
more
as I said,
waystones
I
will
really didn't. That's
Adding mods to your
and not only
waystones is
me,
key to
like
progressing to
99%
higher
of the
tiers and
players
sustaining them. But
wanted
it
like
will require
crafting
you
that
to
is
take
like
on larger challenges.
accessible for the actual human me.
There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger
Oh look,
and rewards
another
of
tree,
all
chat.
areas in the endgame.
You thought we were done with trees?
You could
More
increase
trees.
the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore
I
the
don't
in-game
I
roadmap,
don't think I used any like the only ones that I actually ever used was like one for Ruby Ring and like movement speed boots. That's it. And the ones that are like for like the challenge, but I would always forget about them anyway. How to do
you'll
it.
notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't
Shit stain Steve. Bro, like have you seen? He's like 52,000 floors. Chat, I'm at like floor 149, I think. He's like at 52,000. The fuck is that? Also, how would that sell? Number one PoE Schiller streaming, man. No, that would be like Rob the Glazer right now. No. I'm at 80k, dude. Yeah, like what?
appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later.
Classic.
You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts.
Yeah,
Given
so this one, as you can see, like it was confirmed.
Undisturbed
Majority.
island. Them later.
Wait, wait.
You might find unique maps.
So they are like combinations of like water and like desert stuff or like forest. I don't know. It was a combination, man. A lonely old man, man. A lounge.
Maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely
Don't
man
worry, man.
just
That's how
enjoying his
soon we're gonna be
retirement
playing
will
best
give
game.
you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great
Man,
tool for exploration are...
Do you guys think there's gonna be like... will we see like the Weeb hideouts? Can't wait for a new improved 2B, man.
Towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things
Anime
to find.
booty hideouts are my life. True, like.
Some sections of your
They
Atlas
better
are
be back.
influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters and...
Oh, by the way, have you seen the Reddit? On Reddit, one guy created like a login screen of PoE 2 as in a hideout. It was crazy, dude. It looked pretty cool.
Close proximity to each other will cause
Like the
vestiges of
character selection
corruption
screen.
within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel
That
the need
points
to
to- yeah,
respec
what
your
about it?
points when you change between different types of content.
That
We
is
will
cool,
be showing
though.
you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see
Oh,
on
yeah.
the Atlas.
No, no,
Let's
like,
take a look at one of
definitely.
the
Like,
endgame
I agree.
systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several
Breach,
PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will find.
Dude, the fire one is so sick, dude.
You can
Out
also
of
find
all that,
clasped hands that will
so freaking
open
cool.
and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop Breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all
So
the
you can
breaches in
tablet while you tablet, man.
Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach,
put the
demons
breach
at
in your
bay,
breach,
you
man.
may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts.
Honestly,
items that can increase the
I find
quality
like
of
this
rings
system
and
pretty cool
amulets
though.
by
We'll
improving
see how it's gonna
specific
play out.
items. You can
But I do
also
like it.
find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes.
Bro.
In addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a
Yeah, these
pinnacle
breach
in-game
rings,
encounter. While
kinda
killing
OP,
breach
man.
monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Oh no, Flicker Strike again.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
So freaking cool, man. Yeah, why don't you use the Flicker Strike now, man?
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and
Pretty
inflict
cool,
you with
though.
a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Sesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast.
Bro, he did like 250k damage. That was like, that guy has over 1,000,000 HP.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of
Oh yeah, that classic lag in Ritual, got it.
Number of foes, but will have a
I love that they are
significant
keeping
amount
it
of tribute to
as
spend.
is though.
One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in
The good thing of this system is you can pretty much do all the stuff, right? That's why I find like pretty cool. Like you can pretty much specialize in all of them. Like all of the systems, as long as you want to like use them, right? So that's pretty cool. Like there don't seem to be a limit because each tree is a separate thing. So that is, I think that's going to be a huge thing.
Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people,
Freaking Flicker
he
Strike
is said
mains,
to have brought
both bosses and
darkness
player.
to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear.
Oh look,
They
it's
are
Blight.
also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying.
Dookie is playing finally, man.
You will gain points for the Delirium
And you were the doubter, dude. And you were doubting him?
Next up, we have Expedition.
Freaking Expedition, where is my explode everything note?
Clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts.
You mean the class?
Help dig them up with
Monk.
explosives.
Monk is my first
Kalgurans
one.
have marked the locations where the relics can
Monk.
be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as
Party?
many as possible.
I don't have a
There is
party, dude.
Just one problem.
I'll play with whoever wants to play, dude.
Corpses of their ancestors to life. So you might have to do a little.
I don't know, I feel
cleanup
like at the
to reclaim
beginning
the
it's gonna be impossible, cause No one groups in PoE. Nah, not in PoE 1. I think this one is gonna be...
You can also find
I think this one is actually gonna be good,
destruction
though.
of which will further anger the restless dead.
Right.
Each one you blow up
Guy
makes
plays
the
Righteous
subsequent
Fire, like goes
more
into fire one,
powerful,
dude.
but
Class.
also more rewarding.
Now, I think this one will actually be...
Bog, Tujin, and Gwenin will
Bought a new
exchange
mouse
the
for it.
artifacts for useful items and rune.
No, like, I don't mind, like, going, like, day one if you guys want to, like, level up. But, like, we don't really know with the server stuff how it's gonna go, dude. I literally don't know how it's gonna be played out. Because, yeah, the interest in this game is huge. As you will see, like, in the interview once we, like, watch it later. It's gonna be crazy.
Runic magic. You can also find
Oh,
techniques
yeah.
to increase
Like,
the
first
number of
week, nobody's gonna
expeditions
actually play
and
the game.
rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will
Just
find.
call Amazon and ask for 5
Eventually, you
bajillion
might
servers.
discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of
That through last epoch, though. LA65, man. I went through all of them, dude. Error 37, LA65, and
you could easily make
PoE like 69, dude. Because
There
very
are all
nice.
sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards. as
Dude,
well
this
as
guy
points
looks
to
like a
spend
Flicker
for the
Strike main,
expedition
dude.
section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet.
Dot
the trials
Wedge.
we talked about earlier have much more content when you
Well,
get to
dot
in-game.
build's broken as fuck,
Just
dude,
like
so
the
I
other
don't see a
in-game
problem with that.
systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from
Oh, look, endgame trials,
you
dude.
get higher
Oh,
level
look,
points
look
for
them
the
traps. So fun.
segments.
Oh,
You unlock
man, can't
more
wait.
floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
Actual pain, man. Actual. Yeah, there's like more sanctum within a sanctum.
Leading
True.
to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame.
Wait,
The
DM?
Trial of the Sekimas is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree.
Oh, what the
so
fuck
it's
is this,
possible
dude?
to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types
Why
of jewels that
why
don't
is there
provide
like
any
a
bonuses themselves,
freaking
but
like
affect
nutsack
the passive
in your mouse,
jewel
dude? What is
increases the
that?
effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a
Bro bought a mouse with a
significant
freaking
amount of power
nutsack in it.
There are
What
also
the fuck
unique
is that?
jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself.
Nah, you don't
In
need to
order
do
push
them though.
further into the trial,
This is where
and
trading
uncover
comes
the
in, man.
secrets of the Marika,
A huge
you want to
nutsack,
take
man.
advantage of its progression
Huge.
system, relics.
It's a
are
track
items
bomb.
that
No,
you
it's a
place in the
nutsack.
relic altar
Like you
as
can call it
start.
whatever you want, dude.
They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its
Adam,
rewards.
how you doing,
Of
man?
course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These
Bro,
relics
if you
will be
finish this
consumed
trial,
when
you
used
just
on
want to
each
die to the
run,
boss.
but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it,
Oi,
you will have
come
only
back, I
one
want to see it
honor
again,
for the
man.
entire trial. So you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases.
Oh, look, new ultimatums,
True
dude.
Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At
This boss
endgame,
seemed like
you can
light for
progress through up to
easy.
10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge. But
Can
it's
be
worth
worse than
it.
boosting
The
crow
trial
through
master
Lilith.
will tempt you with items of the
You clearly never played PoE, okay? Once you reach ultimatums, dude. Trust me, it gets much worse.
Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example,
Guaranteed
use one on
though,
your body
like
armor,
literally
it
guaranteed.
might add a new powerful
It's already in the making.
or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vial orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many
I can't wait for the day one YouTube guide how to add sockets without wall orbs on your gear, dude. That's gonna be the best guide, dude. When it's like socketing and just wall orbing all day.
sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vial orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also
The breaking,
occasionally
dude,
offer you
feels
soul
good.
cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vial sought to replicate soul cores through human
Nah, I
sacrifice
think like
rituals
it will
and
definitely be
blood
worth
rituals
it
to
though,
power
much
their
more.
civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is a
It corrupts the item. Like it can happen. It can break the item. It can add random stuff. It can like literally like destroy item. It can turn like unique into like rare.
The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door.
It's
Some
big game,
say
dude.
this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile
They are talking for like 1 hour. They missed a lot though. They did miss a lot.
2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged
Oh,
from
look.
underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger.
Can't
Is the
wait to go
maze
in here and
preventing
break my
something from
map
getting
instantly.
in? Or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your
Hey,
journey
look.
through the endgame. It is
I mean-
clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys.
I would be
required.
terrified though.
Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will
Phase
be
2,
inside.
freaking
Each
one
of the
taps you.
faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile.
More trees,
There's
dude.
always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy.
Give me more trees, dude.
Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than 480
My
US
hand of
dollars,
God,
we're
bro.
giving you guys a
Damn
key
right,
for the
dude.
PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access
He's like fire,
supplies that have
right?
just been
He's like
released in the
fire
store.
type now.
If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 US early access pack.
Alright, where is the Giga Chats with like 480 bucks one?
MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts.
Dude, look at this, man. Look at this one, dude. But more, primarily, where is it? Where is it here? Early access. Okay, you need to like scroll down, but the freaking hoodie, oh, there we go. Freaking hoodie, man, gimme. Freaking hoodie, dude.
Most
Oh,
of
wait, you
this
got hoodie
footage
with
has been
the
recorded
previous
in
one
Path
as
of
well.
Exile 1, since that's where you can use
Wait,
them immediately.
which one is the hoodie one? Where do you get it? Let me
Wait
see.
to see.
US early access pack.
Which one is like the...
Pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and
161?
even
Oh, that's
physical
a t-shirt.
items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early
240
access
bucks,
starts.
dude. You get both t-shirt and a
Most of
hoodie,
this
though.
footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately.
Yeah, the amount of stash tabs you can buy for 400 bucks, dude. For 500 bucks, crazy. Crazy, man.
The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption.
Nice.
Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
No bikini skin, no buy, man. That one comes like, dude, that's for the summer though, Dad.
On
Don't
top
worry.
of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will
Yeah, you don't
follow
want to
into
know,
battle,
man.
but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the king of the pharaohs.
So there is a place with this crazy hard boss. To open it, go to 3 locations and kill the boss there, but you open those, get 37 locations, kill those boss, but lieutenants and 2... Yep! Sounds about right. And that is just to get like... that, once you kill that, you get like 1 fragment, okay? And you need like 4 fragments. So good luck.
Paradon supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground.
That's my favorite right now, dude. The classic.
Each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet. But the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them.
I think it's pretty dope, though. No, like, but I think like the fact that they are like merging the games, right? Like interchanging, and the fact that everything you spend in a game that is already a decade old can be used in their new game. I think it's pretty cool, though. Like, when was the last time you seen like a game do that?
Appearance of any bow with the Faradon's glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Faradon, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri.
Except isn't like CSGO 2 dead? Like mega dead game?
In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use
that game is also like never gonna die.
Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. The King of the Faradon Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile.
But I don't think like Roy is gonna be, man.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from
was
the
a joke, man.
pack as well.
Freaking Counter-Strike dying, that's like saying like Steam is dead, dude.
Features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice.
It's so cool that they added also like a supporter pack for Vessel of Hatred. See? These devs are based, dude.
To spill from your weapon. This pack
they respect Diablo so much, man.
Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doyani, and this can be applied.
And then you have like freaking Rod Ferguson, dude.
That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice dagger skin.
Yeah. Well, science, man. Be like that.
Gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet. And the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings.
I don't know. This one is like this one I don't feel like it's very...
even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay?
Yeah, I don't know about like this armor is like meh. The next one though, Giga Chat. Does China have their own servers? No, I don't know, man.
A giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
I mean, I'm always buying stuff from them, so I guess no. On PoE trade.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed masons.
True.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor
Nah,
and
don't worry, man.
ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick.
This ain't D4, dude. You're
Once one of
good.
the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
Guys ready to make 2 eggs,
Of
dude.
course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a warlord of the Karui
Sunny side
you'll
up.
also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack.
Freaking Giga Chad.
The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power.
Looks
Set
so
up your
fucking
base
cool,
of
dude.
operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers,
This
click
is
a
pretty
boat to
dope,
enter,
dude.
and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also
Fucking
get
boat
the Window
racing, let's
Twilight
go.
Portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art. that
Next
shatters
thing is
and reveals
fishing,
a
though.
gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk
This
away,
is
the glass magically reforms.
Freaking
back
Flicker
into its
Strike,
original
dude.
form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the
Freaking plebeians, man. Imagine not having like 500 bucks a pack, dude. The freaking plebeian.
Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave.
Do you know what's funny about that, though? Zizeron is gonna make that video and people are actually gonna be playing it, dude. People are actually gonna be playing Flicker Strike and it's gonna be hilarious. Like, imagine like a first time a PoE player and he plays a Flicker Strike. He's gonna curse your entire family and your entire lineage after like playing it for like 10 minutes.
Leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance
Judge.
Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin.
I love how they said Justice Flail and didn't show it. Where my flail, dude? Where my flail? Give you a chair to sit
Once
in.
again,
True.
you'll have an accompanying Kiwi. And of
I mean,
course,
that one is for streamers when they go
one of the
AFK,
iconic
though.
events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all.
Just
This
kid, bro, like Kitava is
contains
back.
The Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you'll be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping. And other
Foils,
players will be
man.
able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items
The
are
classic,
available to
man.
use
Can't beat the
in Guild 1
classic.
right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date.
Alright, chat, that is the first one. Now we're gonna watch the podcast. I'm gonna be right back, though.
We won and they never even realized what it is, like what.
Right.
See ya. So sorry about the.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna be right back. This is gonna be the next video we're gonna watch, dude. Next video. This one is also long ass one. 2 hours, but 2 hours of awesomeness. And he never stops smiling, dude. This guy never stops smiling. Right, he's back, man. And I have a nougat sticks, dude. Freaking nougat sticks. Alright, so the next we're gonna watch. So this interview was yesterday with Jonathan Rogers with Dart microtransactions and Ghazzy that did it. Was a pretty good one. Like I watched, I think like last 40 minutes or so. Because I didn't, but we'll see it now.
Everybody, we are
The rest of
here.
it.
Thanks for waiting. And take it away, Ghazzy, with the intro.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE 2. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Is the sound good?
You know, obviously, the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly there seems to be a lot of hype. So yeah, it's a bit scary, but I think we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. Big congratulations on the reveal. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene, I think it blew everybody away. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, DM, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12 out of 10.
Yeah, but like
so
I
far.
think the cinematic video was insane though.
Obviously, everyone liked
the quality
it.
of it.
Say that kind of expected it to be good because I was able to get the early sneak peek and see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right into it. We're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions mostly just pulled from the community that they really want the answers to. But one of the general questions that I had for you was, it seems like there's been more and more an emphasis on exploration and world building. In Path of Exile too, you saw things like the skulls on the maps is one such example you've used for this before. So I was kind of hoping you could walk us through the process that happened when you guys started to realize we really want to have more of a focal point on exploration in the game.
So, I mean, to start with the story stuff like that, I mean, like, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in PoE 1 with regard to story. Like, a lot of people get through PoE 1 and they never even realize what it is, like, what the story even was. But it's for exploration as well. I mean, like,
yeah, that's like I've seen like a lot of people complaining about that. Like story wise, like I know a lot of us who are like playing this game like 70,000 times, right? You really don't care anymore, dude. Like it's fine experiencing for the first time, but the thing is that campaign is really not made for like players who are gonna be playing this game for like 50 bajillion hours. It's literally there for people to get invested, like for the new players. So having like a good campaign is like, it's actually a good thing to have.
There's just,
you like
really
it or not.
Have that fantasy of like, well, I mean, you're playing a fantasy game, right? Like you just like, and I think exploration is a huge part of that. So there was a thing that happened, in terms of like the, the icons on the map and everything like that. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. Like there was a situation where like, people would like walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, when people are dying to bosses all the time, there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. They don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what? This is actually a game where if I explore,
listen here, idiot.
And there's been
free resistance. Go kill this.
Well, like we've tweaked the random level generator. We've done like
thank you, Jonathan.
Like to make it so that
I'm the idiot.
Like, where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this like the particular encounters that we have, like like every area we try to have like 2. In some cases, there might even be 3, like sort of just like handmade like little things you can find. And we're actually keen to expand on that as well. So one of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game.
I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but can you like see this? His camera is like mega clean. Ghazzy is like blurry as fuck, and like Jonathan is like a mid tier. Like this is like a low tier cam, this is like a mid tier cam, and this is like the top tier one, dude.
The first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do the, when we go between leagues, the set of them that gets picked for each area could be randomly selected from those. Like we don't have that at the moment, but it's like something that I'm very keen to do because I think that obviously replayability, if it's an action RPG, it's like a huge thing. By having more of these things, you just want like every time you go through the
campaign, just want to replay campaign for like I haven't noticed at least like 70 times.
Like just little things, and I think those little things really contribute. And we even started doing that a little bit with PoE 1. Once we sort of realized we wanted to do this stuff, even with PoE 1, we started saying, okay, every league when we put one out, we want to have like 20, 30 just like tiny changes to the campaign that we can do, just so that next time you go through it, you just sort of feel like, hey,
10 to 20 changes, bro. And that is just for campaign per league. So like every 3 months, 20 changes though. Okay. Diablo made like 20 changes like in its entire expansion, dude.
Like here's
the
just
story
random that I never noticed before. And I think that's like, it's funny because it's not really a headline feature. Like when we're announcing the,
Hey Crow, number 2 though.
It's not like saying, oh, here's like a bunch of these little things.
Motherfucking
like,
campaign.
Really,
campaign is important though. As much as you hate it,
through it, there's just that feeling of
like it's the first time is gonna be like very memorable, right? Like obviously, whenever you do something like 1,000 times, it gets like you get like you just like forget about it, right? You move it out of the way. But like as I said, like for the first time experience, like the campaign is like it's mandatory. It's like fundamental thing though. Yeah, the first 30 times though, but like the first one, dude. Like as I said, not everybody's gonna stick with this game for like 50 bajillion times. That is it. But then come on, yeah, like I don't know, like what's the plan with the my biggest issue right now is like all the side content in the campaign, because like the campaign is mega long and side content actually gives you like resistances now, which is like huge. And if you have to do it like every season, bro, and you have to do it like on multiple characters, bro.
Like, you know, oh
bro.
man, I never saw that before, and it just kind of gives you just a better experience. So I think that feeling of just like, you know, just finding random stuff is really important, and we want to do that as much as we can.
That's really funny that you mentioned that, because like I don't know how many times I've gone through the campaign. I play the game for 10.5 years, and every time I see something new, I'm like, how have I missed this after a decade of playing?
Probably
because it's none of the patch notes.
Something similar. Maybe like you do it like once per season.
Guys, you want to go with the...
Yeah, I think we just jump into it. We've made a list here to make sure it's structured, because we have a tendency of asking repeat questions in the past, and we'll try to make sure that's not happening this time. So the next question we have we're going to jump into is that the PoE 2 is focused a lot on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in-game, sort of like a Necronomicon or Wiki in-game, can we expect to see this?
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because of the fact that some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like, you know, so like every weekend, my friends.
Yeah,
come
how
over,
will I appreciate the monster that wants to murder me, dude?
What we've been doing on PoE 2 recently.
I just want to blow it up.
Tools. I can like open up the, what's called the asset viewer and like, hey, look at this cool monster, you know, like show them close up and like, hey, look at. And there's also the funny things like the animators make all these idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see, like with a bunch of character to them and stuff like that are really awesome, and the players never see them because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So like there's all sort of stuff. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but
Passive is build, let's go.
To make an actual sort of bestiary, you know, of like here's all the monsters in the game, but like you know, we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit, and then obviously when you do that, then that would be a great opportunity to be able to show like all, you know, various abilities and things like that. It would be sort of handy, I think, for people who are wanting to play specters and, you know, to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that'll be a really cool thing to do one day. But yeah, we don't
Spectre
have
mains. He mentioned you know though.
The work of the artists who have made all these awesome monsters, and like yeah, some of them are really kind of gruesome. Like there's this random guy, just to pick a random example, called a pale fishman, and it's like this tiny little thing on screen that you barely even see. But if you like zoom into the model, it's like this crazy like warped thing between a human and a one of those anglerfish with the like dangling light thing on it. Yeah. And like when you look at it real close, you can see there's like a sort of screaming person kind of under there that like there's a mouth, and like the idle animation like is like kind of crazy with like all this like. Yeah,
bro,
like
look how he's like freaking excited about a single goddamn MOBA in
you know,
his
like,
game.
You really don't appreciate that when you just like blast past it and kill it in like half a second because it's just some random small monster. So yeah, it'd be cool for people to see that stuff.
What was the name of that? Because we can get the idle animation when we race it as a Spectre.
Is greatly appreciated.
It's called a pale fishman. I actually don't even know if it's in the early access because I think it might be an Act 4 monster.
Only two.
Yeah, in fact, and the other thing as well is when I'm
what two though?
These are
I was thinking for the freaking 3 months in a row, bro.
Put it in rather than like the actual like lore.
Bro, take for the 3 months in a row.
I don't know if it'll even be called that in the final version, but you know,
what is the two part?
It's pretty interesting to see some of that stuff.
You know, and speaking.
I'll see if I can find it.
Speaking of animation,
thank you for the boot,
here for our list already, and ask you about the cinematic. Was something.
It's not in a row. Well, it says like it's first. It says in it's in a row. It's in a row. Okay.
That has really been revealed so far. So, was it difficult doing your first cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
Absolutely. So
they lied to us.
It was definitely very hard. I mean, obviously we've never done anything like that before. You know, like I sort of had to. I mean, I wrote it myself, and like you know.
Either way, buddy.
There was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. And they've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long. You know, like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, you know, like I mean, they did a really good job, you know, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look.
Well, there's a pity I don't have more time to be here. Hey, no worries.
I'm like, really concerned, right?
Also, like once this game releases, I'll give you guys plenty of opportunity, dude. Okay, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go full degen on the first week at least. Like, we're talking about full degen, man. Just gonna put a sign on my door, do not disturb, and just like wake up, eat, and play and sleep. That's it.
So obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like
Blizzard, he mentioned them, dude. He mentioned them again. You guys know that company, small indie devs, Blizzard? Work kids life, hey. I'm just glad that you guys come back, dude. I'm just glad you guys come back and are enjoying
the
it.
quality
So
of the animation
never worry
is not
about
what
it.
Blizzard does, right? Like, I mean, they, you know, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like
Bathroom,
like I want the content to be really
optional.
awesome, but it's like in terms of just the raw, like, you know, like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend.
I mean,
on
I
it.
didn't watch any
Like,
seasons.
we're not at that level. So you know, we're not there. But I was really hoping that.
Bro,
you would
I need to
feeling of,
get
the
like
world
my
and kind of,
Slayer
you know,
to
we wanna
like
make sure
100 in
understand, right,
PoE. What do you mean? I have time
there's
to
a
watch stuff,
brutality
dude.
here, and you know, like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. And the thing that I actually based it on is I was thinking
What?
a lot about
The bathroom part?
you know, the Riddick movies.
Yes.
Where you've kind of got the thing that, you know, the classic, like, you know, like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. Is like, okay, how are we going to do this? And,
I'm subbing right now, though.
That's kind of what I was thinking about. Is
Fine, I'll watch it. Speak of watching, like, is Gladiators releasing this like this week, right? Gladiator is releasing this week, I think. I might go actually watch that in the cinema.
I love that Riddick series. That was the first movie. I
Oh,
introduced
please
my
don't!
fiancé
Is it that
to.
bad? I don't know anything about it though.
Probably not the best choice.
and also it also has that sort of idea of the flip of you know, like the you've got the team you're following are like the bad guys, but you kind of think of them as like the
Like I didn't like watch anything related to it.
at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them all is actually the good guy. So you know, I was pretty happy with that one as well.
Pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
But what Joker too? I heard that one was a joke.
This is kind of a big one. A couple mini questions in it. So for clarification, can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion.
Oh, okay, there we go, Chad. Death in maps.
You can't go back in, as well as experience penalty still being a thing. So we'll start with those two.
Yeah. So basically, when you die in a map, you can't resurrect in the map. And I think that is okay. Like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals. We could have it so that you can revive 6 times.
Yeah, that is like me playing right now my Slayer. Okay, like I have these 6 portals. Okay, why wouldn't I use my portal, dude? Why wouldn't I use my portals? Okay. Just saying, dude. I'm just saying those portals there to be used. I die, I come back, and die again, but I come back.
Like you did in PoE1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat. Like we just really don't want to make it so that you...
They're there for a reason.
You know, effectively... Like, I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself. You know, like you still want to be able to do that. And yet we also don't want to make it just one portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think, is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but you know, all the map devices that we've already sold, those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store, and all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change.
Yeah,
that.
true,
So,
man.
You know, that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. So yeah, there was a lot of discussion around this though, but at the end of the day, the main thing that won out is
honest as fuck, dude. He's like based, like Jonathan is just based as fuck, dude.
You know, one life, you have to survive it. You actually have to properly kill it. But of course, we can make those encounters harder because of the fact we don't have you know, a map boss in every area. So you know, we get to ideally have that still being fine.
But this is cool that not every map has like a map boss, because some of them are freaking annoying as shit.
You know, that's actually a very good question.
Like map would be good, but like boss would be ass.
So we removed it from the campaign at the point where we made it so that we added checkpoints and everything. And then at the time, we were like, oh, but in maps you get 6 portals, so therefore we still don't have it. Now, it's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about honestly for like a little while now. So it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. The reason why I think I would still like it is because it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death like set you back, so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is, like, it may not be as necessary when you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about, like,
Great again. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be OP, dude.
Fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit, but yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being
like, I don't doubt this is going to be a great skill.
In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not losing experience and just like die, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all?
Yeah, you did, dude. Giga Chat dies 2,000 times. That's me, by the way.
That's kind of the reason why it exists.
Dude, 2,000 deaths though.
Answer.
That's crazy.
The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in the party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies? What is the loot to that player?
All right.
It should definitely there should be.
So, okay, a few things about this. So, number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members. And what we've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more of, and what types of items don't matter about having more of. So an example of this is like, if you're talking about currency, right? Obviously you want double the amount of currency when we've got 2 players, because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets aren't kind of like specific to any one like person, right? Like I mean, obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops. So effectively, we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to. Wait, is it even 50%? It might be. I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want, because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right, due to the strength, dex, int thing. And for weapon types, there's even more weapon types. So the chance that 2 players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively what that means is that we cannot increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is that when you...
Man,
he's
sum
total
talking
of that
like...
means that the stuff on the ground...
The way that he talks and explains the logic, though.
Like 28% if you actually look at it in raw drops. But the actual what makes
why
up that
Path of Exile is such a great
way
freaking
more of
game.
the stuff you actually want, and not as much of the garbage that you don't want, in order to make it so that you don't get the crazy spam on the ground with party play that you previously might have gotten. So I think that system works very well in terms of just making it so that you get the right items. And I guess it just goes to the general philosophy that we have of we're trying to not.
And he speaks very fast, though.
Drop them more important and better as you.
So he's like dropping info, but he's speaking
like
extremely fast.
Yeah, as I said, just part of that philosophy there. I feel like there was another part of the question that I've forgotten now, so maybe you can remind me what it was.
The last part there's 2 more, but one of them was let's say you're 2 players playing and 1 player dies. What happens to the loot on the ground that belongs to that player?
So I think that we usually use temporary. I think temporary allocation is still. I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1, at least at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to.
Why does the guy have a green screen without having... I think it could be like the issue with... maybe he just wanted like this for a podcast. Because he's streaming right now when he was doing this way he was streaming it. He has it there, maybe it's just like an issue that he couldn't like get rid of it. Like I'm not really sure what's the deal with that one, but...
to be free for all once the timer expires, and if it's permanent allocation.
Because he has the filter and everything when he's streaming.
Although we definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent. I assume. When I don't know if we've actually done that. Oh, it does work that way.
So yeah, you bring in friends, you let them die so you can take their loot. Now Fluffy, like it increases though, but like you can set it up like the way that you want though, right? You can put like separate loot for like 15 seconds or something like that. So if one person doesn't pick it up, the other one can. Or you can put it like as a permanent like split.
In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same as in PoE 1 in this regard. So that should be fine. So
why is there a dwarf on the left there?
So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like changed a huge amount in that particular regard. But yeah,
he has a good camera,
man. The last part there.
Last one has to do with trials. Now, we've only seen Sanctum and Ultimatum version, the
Yes.
2.0 version of
It always was. Like, loot is always shareable. Like, what he just said, like, if you die, it's pretty much, like, because in this game, right, in Path of Exile 2, if you die, you lose the map. So if you're playing with somebody, you can't res them, they can't enter the map anymore, but all the loot that dropped for them is yours now. So pretty much PvP, dude. You let your friend die and you pick up all his shit. Simple as that.
So the real question.
Then you're no longer friends, but hey, you got the loot.
No hit run, and the questions are: what happens if one player dies, if two players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Okay, so this is one of these tricky technical questions that Mark would probably be better at answering because he knows the exact details. So let me think about that. I don't know that I've even had a discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Now, generally speaking, of course, when we're doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum, the map, to be technical, the map owner, but effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress. So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take and what rooms to go to. I believe though that if you want to go through and ascend, that you can both do the ascendancy. So that means if you want to do like the ascension in a party, then that's absolutely fine. You get the reward there. But I believe that the items that come from like
you can do trials in a group,
stuff like that. I believe that they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a few. I'm sorry about this. I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff. But that's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing as far as.
But yeah, like
Mark really is.
Nobody cares.
One thing I should mention is that Mark plays like.
We're gonna get carried even more. Hey, listen, I'm gonna carry you guys. I'm gonna open all the keys and get all the loot, though, but
so he's the one
I'll have the keys,
man.
man.
Multiplayer stuff, exactly right. Whereas
just kidding. I'm Monk. You guys have to carry me. I'm just gonna be floor POV all the time.
Reason, I'm just like a solo player. So ideally, with the both of us paying attention here, we should
solo player, man. Of course, everybody's solo player in Path of Exile.
He's got a bunch of designers he likes to play with. Like the design team, effectively. Like he plays multiplayer with the design team all the time. So he's the one who usually sorts out these like specific little multiplayer details.
So,
wow, devs that play their own game, shocker.
People had related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
Kedge on stream.
When you get magic find gear, so like increased chance of rarity, we wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better and not
just gonna come back
just getting like more rares. I mean, it does do that as well, don't get me wrong, like you're still getting more rares, more uniques and so on, but we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount, not necessarily in a character, but also because when you've got a monster that you've juiced with various map mechanics, all of that stuff is adding rarity.
I just realized that this person here,
make sure that rarity is something that really increases.
It's probably like napping, dude. I don't like nothing is happening on a screen.
And I don't know.
This person here is like literally just napping.
And in workings of this, but there are 5
cold out, dude.
To start with that you don't see, that you can't see, that change anything, because those don't change anything about unidentified items, but they do change the percentage chances that you get certain things.
It was always a big thing in PoE though.
Chances to upgrade currency to higher.
I never really cared about making a magic find character though. But it was a big thing. Also, hello, Avanis.
With base types that are lower level than what you would need, so effectively sort of clamping the base types that you're going to get into like a smaller range at the top, and these kind of things, while also increasing like magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increases the it starts to open up those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much magic find you have. Right? You don't need magic find to get this. It's just that magic find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. And in total, there's actually 10 tiers overall. But at tier 5, it starts to modify the properties of unidentified items.
Catch is back.
That's why we have to start marking the rares as being like, and so that's when it says T2, that actually means that's like T5 internally of what it's rolled, and then so the tiers going up from there.
Hi Frank, how do? Bish, well, hello.
And what those?
I'm pretty good, dude. How you doing?
Because
we being a bit of a React Andy today, though.
Clamped the mods that it can get to be in the upper tiers, and the higher tier you get, the higher they can go. So if you get a,
I blame this game, okay? Losing sleep over it. Needs to come out.
the mods that it can have are from a very, very tiny portion of them, right at the top of all the tiers of those mods. So you know that the rolls you're going to be seeing, like the life you're going to get on it, the damage you're going to get on it, this kind of thing, are going to be top notch when you see that. So effectively,
you woke up hour and a half early. Yeah, don't do that.
And the reason why I think that's important to show is because you kind of want people to feel like, okay, like, because
was there a reason for it?
That drop aren't really increasing. You need a way to see on the screen when something drops, like how valuable is the thing that I just saw. And so showing those tiers on the res also really has that effect of like, okay, like if you see like, 5 or 6 T5 rares drop, you got a really good hit. Whereas if you see a bunch of like T2s, you didn't get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling of being important. It's actually
fair bites
because
fair.
We've been fighting so much this thing of like the way that you made. Like a way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap.
Are we $30 Andes?
Is that like
I am.
It really is kind of an annoying element because like
actually no.
Feel good. It's like it's just
$0 Andy, man.
Then
I got gifted already the freaking pack, okay, but yeah, I was planning to get the $30 one.
But like ideally, we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place, and so you need to find a way to give people the hit of dopamine without having to just do that by like literally covering the screen. Now, I mean, there's still room for like dropping.
I'm waiting for the folder permission to be written so I can back up a data for user.
List of stuff there, but it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items. Like that the value of that stuff is really good.
But Bice is technically saying he's this guy here, like chilling on a chair, just waiting for things to happen. There's like a person here just sitting. Like I don't see them scrolling this, but I see them like this monitor is changing though. If this is a second monitor, I see like stuff changing on the second monitor.
I suppose on some level, item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway, because if you're using a filter to get, like, you're not seeing very much anyway, so it really is all about the value. So it's not like it's impossible. We just need to make sure that the game is doing that as a matter of course, rather.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no!
Sorry, did that.
Oh, you're good. We only lost you the last half second there. But
okay, all good. Yeah.
So since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we were going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that like official confirmation loot filters?
What you grow on the other monitor, dude.
Support.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so they're supported in exactly the same way they were in PoE 1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that. If you want to use them, you can. And I suspect what the main reason people will use them for
loot filters
in PoE 2 is not so much filtering things away, but more highlighting things that are valuable that you might not otherwise.
Yeah, so like the way that PoE 2 won't have as much loot spam as like PoE 1 did though. If you see all the footage, you like whenever like loot drops, even without a loot filter, there isn't really that many items on the ground. Like I'm suspecting like later it's gonna be like more, but like in general it doesn't seem to have like as much loot spam.
Like a lot of people have filters that like highlight certain things that might be good for various reasons. So things that have like some, for example, people might like want to be doing things like like I know that this, like
we need pick up
things like items.
Didn't they talk about that one? I'm not sure what's their stance on it.
Or things like that. Like there are icons and stuff for that stuff there, but we try to keep things like relatively visually clean. And also we don't want to try to make too many value judgments for the player about what is important or not.
Nah, he's mega based, dude. Must protect Jonathan, dude. Chat, we must protect Jonathan at all costs.
So then I suspect I'll use loot filters mostly for the ability to change how loot is rendered as opposed to filtering it out.
I gotta say, this isn't so much a question as much as a comment for me personally, but I really appreciate the approach of something you said there, which is allowing the player to determine what's important. I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the the PoE game lately.
Did you just assume his gender? It's fine. Trump won.
So
I'm
this
good.
one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are in early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there, namely the Druid and the Huntress. So I think people are curious about, are they coming soon? What's going on with these classes?
New times.
They'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly the next 2 classes you see will be those 2, like in terms of in early access. We just at some point, look, we really wanted to launch with those 2 classes. We expected that we would be launching.
So Hunters and Druid. He's talking about them.
At some point, it was just like, we and I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to
also
finish a
true.
class, I think. It takes a lot. Because and the thing is, it's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, made the skills, that's the class, right? But in PoE it really isn't, because you need to make sure they can all be supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it, that there's passive tree stuff that supports it. It's like a whole thing of like getting all that stuff.
Then again, like I never had like issue with that one to begin with.
About all the stuff that can happen with other
then
classes.
Then again, everybody's having issue with literally everything nowadays.
It's like a Goliath task. So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have one form that we still need to get finished. So there's like there's still some more skill work to do there. The Huntress, I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the.
You mean Jonathan? Just how he speaks, dude. Bro speaks 5-head, but he speaks it like he's a rap god, dude. That's what he is. He talks really freaking fast. All smudge.
Skills, but there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other sort of finishing work around.
He's just happy he has like the best game ever created. Okay, he's just based.
And it won't take us too long, but at some point we just had to say like, hey, can we really do this for early access?
Because he's a nerd.
And we just felt like we couldn't. So we decided to cut
but
for now.
He's a big ass nerd. That's why.
And we make these kinds of decisions all the time. There's like a ton of content that's like we're trying to get it in. We try as hard as we can, and then we're like, oh, you know what? We just couldn't get it in. But I think that's just game development, right? But the nice thing is it's all sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking
when you say one form, yeah, like when you say one form, could you like give us a number? How many forms are we talking about?
So there's three primary forms for the Druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapes.
Dude, Druid has 3 shape-shifting forms, dude. 3.
You actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the Ascendancy. The
obviously has to have more than Diablo, dude.
Bits and pieces like that around the place, but yeah, the Druid sort of has 3 primary forms, and that's because we want to try and like the other classes.
Bro, why are you bullying Jonathan, man? Jonathan's freaking based as fuck.
Like it's not just like a reskin melee, right? Like each of the forms kind of has like skills that have like things, and we want to make sure there's mechanics between them that they can kind of you get the cross class kind of even within the archetypes of the class synergy like that. So yeah, the one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it actually. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Go on, spoil it.
I'm
more than welcome to.
Yeah,
so this is probably a good time to ask this thing, because you're talking about the additional classes here. Does that mean we can basically expect changes to the passive skill tree? Because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches, I'm assuming, added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to double down on previous ones?
So filler words irritate me, man.
I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like, I just have no doubt of that.
I don't know. A lot of people do them. I do as well. Try to minimize, but like it's hard.
It's taken a long time to iterate to even the point we are now, and I'm just sure there'll be more. And like the thing is until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing.
I think it's mostly when it comes to, pretty much when it comes to like stuff like this, right? Because when he talks, he's very open about the way he talks, right? About everything. So people like this, especially like if you are like very fast talker, like those things are, they are very amplified though. I think it's very amplified on the people who are being asked a bunch of questions all the time. He's not like having a conversation, right? He's pretty much getting like bombarded with questions, so he's trying to answer them, and he's trying to like fit them in like a time frame, so... I mean, this is how he is, though. He really does talk this fast. Like, most of his interviews are the same. This is it's just how it is. I want to go Monk or Warrior, but which minion build looks fire? Dude, so many. I'm going Monk, though. I'm going Monk, but most likely gonna be Sork, like the fire one. Or one of the... Or one of the witches one as well. Like the witch one, the fire one as well is insane.
Because I don't know if it's like hugely.
They're all OP, dude.
But the starting area of the tree for each class actually changes. There's actually 3 variants of the starting part of each tree for each class. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the witch and the sorceress.
You shoot people in the face, man.
If you're a witch, you get one variant
in a video game.
And if you're a sorceress, you get another variant.
All of gaming
time.
time.
Neither of those 2 classes, then there's a 3rd variant that can go there, so that all the other classes, when they go there, they get slightly different stats again. And the reason for that is because the initial reason we did the witch sorceress thing is
you do realize what he just said. So we have 15,000 like nodes on a skill tree. 1500 numbers. Anyhow, he just said like every time they add like a new class, it gets like another part of the tree where that class was. They get their own separate thing though. So I was not bad. Like yeah, it is gonna be like 150k, something like that. And another one, and another one. Yeah, they're gonna keep like adding. So like basically there's another branch. So like we talk about like 3,000. I don't know, because we only have half of classes right now, and half of these classes are missing like one more class, like subclass. And we have like 6 more classes plus each one of them, so it's 18 more subclasses. So yes, 15,000, give or take, could be somewhere like that.
Because there's this problem that you have with where players.
I've been playing shooters when I'm 18.
That's got multiple things on it, and one of the things does not affect them. People just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, we had one.
It's still the most funny thing. They don't want to overwhelm the player, man. They don't want to overwhelm the player with like so they put only like 1,500, man. Right? They don't want to overwhelm the player, dude.
The witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever minion and spell damage, right? And we found that sorceresses, even though a sorceress would otherwise get just 8% spell damage, sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it, and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of prevents that problem immediately. And the other thing it kind of also was just like, when we realized that we could swap those two out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a third variant as well for other players, because that will mean...
Oh, it will have 3,000 though.
We have, like,
just not at the release, early access release.
Make a node for a class in the starting area as good as we want, because that would mean that other classes...
By the way, Bytes, there is...
too powerful, if you know what I mean? So effectively...
Give me a second, dude. Let me just see it. What is the name of the game? There is like a new playtest. Like, the game looks like similar to Dark and Darker. Mistfall Hunter. You can sign up for the test. I got in. I think it starts tomorrow. I'm not sure. Like, we can stream this. Like, I might stream it this week. If you want to check this one out. Just sign up for the test. It doesn't start until like tomorrow.
With that, we can like balance the because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent classes area. So effectively, you can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works a little bit better. So there's not going to be anything in the starting area.
I'll die on my PC while shooting.
You just can't otherwise get, right. It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and make a few.
Now, once I get out of this, like I do want to play like. I will still play Delta Force, but this one will consume most of my life for streams.
Then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we'll be making a lot more changes.
And like 90% of like off stream though. So.
That was a very in-depth answer there. I actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's that's an interesting tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean everything is bad start when you have like PoE 2 coming out though.
A notable Blight enjoyer. So you know I'm going to ask. Can we hope? Can you tease me with anything? Give me some hopium copium that maybe Blight can come to Path of Exile 2 at some point here.
Well, I will say this. Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like, here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that would be relatively.
Wait, when is Delta Force coming out though?
Obviously, one of the rewards
when in December
to a different thing, which means that Blight will need a new reward system, and we've got ideas for what we can do about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that would suit Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if. No, have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you're saying. Okay, well that's
literally confirmed though, but okay.
So I'll pass it off to Ghazzy because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally wanted to know.
Sure. Oh, that's fine. Later on in this podcast, we're going to hit the minion rant section, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, Gaz is just waiting for the minion part, dude.
A classic simple answer question, and it is, how many ascendancy points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as PoE 1, it's 8 points. So effectively, you've got the last... the 3 you can get throughout campaign, 3 sets of 2, I should say. So 6 points throughout campaign, and then the last one you have to be an in-game to be able to get.
All right. The other question we have here is PoE 2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. how does the juicing compare to PoE1
Oh, no.
game mapping? Now we saw a lot of it.
In
in
this
the
game,
video.
like,
Could you elaborate?
easy first month, just consume it.
Well, so
You know,
first
like
things first,
1,000
we definitely
hours
want to
within
make
a
sure
month.
juicing is still a thing, right? Like we were
Challenge accepted, man.
before we did our whole Endgame push. I think that you know, in recent times, I think that would have been a big problem that we would have had, where there wasn't enough ways to juice maps. But I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in PoE 1. Certainly, we want to make sure that it's big though, and like it's honestly. It's a little bit hard to say because, you know, the way that this can go down, I mean, look, we think we can know like all the things, but you never really quite know exactly how it goes until you get like masses of players, because trade is a huge part of the economy for how juicing works. Like, it's like, okay, so we've shown people how you can overlap tablets and towers and all these sorts
Easy
of things like that,
scarabs,
like, you know,
man.
but the question is the sustainability in a trade league such that you can like do all of the juicing mechanics that PoE2 has to offer at the same time continuously? And I don't actually quite know the answer to that because, as I said, it's like it's really a trade economy thing that you need to have to be able to.
I mean, I have like 2
the
points.
juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same
4K
time.
now, I think, hours in PoE 1. Still a scrub,
some of
dude.
the time, and I honestly can't say until the trades.
Literal scrub.
I think it's going to come down a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like, you know, like once we hit that trade economy, we actually start playing. What does it feel like? Is it working well? But the thing is, we still want you to feel powerful, and part of the feeling of power actually is pack size, right? Like you need to have enough pack size so that, you know, because when you've got a bunch of AoE abilities, obviously the more things they hit, the more damage you're effectively doing overall. So like the more pack size really is like a way to make a player feel powerful. And so that's why we need to have ways of juicing pack size, and we've got ways of juicing pack size in the game. But then
37 hours. Chat, this guy is still stuck at Hillock, man.
That is what can lead to things getting completely
literal strand player, man, right there, Avanis.
Going on the combat and things just completely fall apart. So yeah, as I said,
well, hello.
We have to be careful, but I think it is still substantial. Like we
join, man.
Like
pick up like get a nice set of chair and sit here.
I do believe it should be lower than PoE 1 at least by a little bit. Yeah.
That's fair. On the topic of
stuck on first ball, the classic can be the classic.
We've seen in many games throughout.
You are actually the average, Avanis.
ARPG games.
You'll be surprised. You're like the average player.
And more of a strategic gameplay approach, and then. The best patches comes through, the game evolves, the meta of power creeping and speed clearing just goes.
How goes React, Andy? Pretty freaking good, bro.
Everyone's
like we've been almost 3 hours.
Number squish
just like this.
So I guess the follow-up question would be, what are the plans? Because I'm very confident there are plans to manage severe increase in power creep moving forward, so you don't end up in that category where you're one-shotting the entire screen.
Oh yeah, this one I'm interested in.
We just have to be careful. And honestly, I would say that in PoE 1, we've shown that we can... I mean, look, PoE 1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like, we had a lot of years, where things...
The red-headed woman is here.
Weren't like that. And I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain...
Nah, they just died, though.
Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means we're not going to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that. You know, having...
Bro, shots freaking fired. Bro just went full Saiga on Diablo again. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear?
That we just have to be careful. And honestly, I would say that in PoE 1, we've shown that we can... I mean, look, PoE 1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like, we had a lot of years, where things kind of weren't like that. And I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain that. Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that.
I love how he can, like, look at the smile. Actually, he's like kind of straight face though. Trillions of damage, man. Infinite damage, Diablo, man. Why do we keep bullying? We don't, man. I think Blizzard is like doing pretty good job at bullying itself, though. I think they are like doing a pretty good job, dude.
Like that.
Unless you're Druid, though. Don't worry, need to worry about trillions of damage.
It's it can be. So I don't.
I love how they are. It's like, god damn, I had sponsor stream for Diablo the other day. God damn it. I can't laugh, but I must.
I think we're gonna have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like we've never really felt like the need to worry about that. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a matter of keeping on top of it. And there are certain people in the company who just, you know, are just very.
Rob said he's still going to try and break the game, man.
He's kind of the one who does.
Little does he know, dude. Path of Exile players are literally expert at breaking the game, dude. All I want is like somebody to like guide that guy to play Flicker Strike, okay? Freaking Rob, I just want that guy to play Flicker Strike, dude. He can have it.
Most of the work for the item system and so on. So he is definitely a force of conservativeness when it comes to when it comes to like making sure that things don't go crazy. And so that's really good to have because it means that like me and Mark are often the ones being like, no, numbers high, and he's like no, keep them low, keep them low. So I think together with that we kind of come.
Yeah, but like we are talking about like two different like structures of the game, bro. Like I don't think PoE was ever in such a state that it was as broken as Diablo, though. Right? Diablo is literally broken every single season, like multiple times per season, dude. They put a patch that like unbreaks one thing, breaks 7 different things, dude. PoE sure had like its issues over the years, but it was never like for Diablo, it's just like part of the game, though.
Come to some kind of medium ground where we don't kind of get things too out of control.
I mean, they are playing their own game, though.
As I said, I think
that's the big difference. They are literally playing the game and they see the issues.
We also have is with the league format that we have is that we get to add power, and then at the end of the league we get to decide, like, was that too much? Can we take some of this away? Do we want to keep it? That kind of stuff. Like that's a very important tool. So we kind of never really like. It means we don't have to commit to things in the same way that a game that didn't have a league type process does, because the expectation from players, and I think this is almost sort of a community thing, the expectation from the community is not necessarily that all the
By the way, he confirmed there's 3 different forms,
and I think that's a really important
and we only seen the bear so far.
In a game
Druid has 3 different forms, and it's the next class coming along with Huntress.
Testing them. It's funny, like, I say that as if, oh yeah, you just test all of your stuff on the players, but I mean, to some extent that's true, and because you never really know, like you can do all the testing you want, but you never really know.
Speaking of Druid, I'm still mad. Whenever you guys mention Druid, I still get mad, okay? I logged into like Diablo the other day to like finish the event stuff. Bro, I went into shop and the first thing I see is like a new Druid skin, and it's making him even more fat. Like, how can you be more fatter, dude? What the fuck?
Until the community actually get a chance to play with it and you see what kind of stuff comes out of it. So yeah, I mean, on some level we really are testing the stuff on the community, and it has
actually got angry.
I don't know of a way, like no matter how many QA testers we throw at it, I don't think we could find every single possible level of power that can come out of something like that. So yeah, like it's just nice that we have the ability to say, you know what, this thing here, we're gonna put it back in.
That would be like a nice meme about it, though.
It can't exist, like it interacts with too many other things and it's too broken. It's really nice to be able to say that.
Very nice meme material right there.
Kind of a random question that I have due to the use. You mentioned this in I think it was the Ziggy Q&A afterwards, but that the early access server is going to be maintained. So meaning you're going to have leagues, separate, but then the OG one will go back there, and that is going to be separate from like the Eterno or core server as well, right? There will be an early access one. So a question for you,
Freaking cool, dude.
The early access characters, one, I'm assuming you can still, play them, etc. on the server, and 2, can you still
code for spreading the truth, dude,
on the early access server afterwards, or are they kind of grandfathered in and make sure you have all the characters you want for the server?
I think we probably won't allow you to create new characters there, just because I think that even just if you're a new player and you're like, oh, you've got place. I mean, I suppose what we could do is allow you to create characters there if you've already got one there. That would be an option. But I kind of don't really think we need to do that. Like, as I said, the main reason we're doing that is just because if you're someone who's like,
hey, Shawa, $400 cosmetic on launch, best game, dude.
Some level 20 character.
Best freaking game. Listen, this game, if it had like a $2,000 pack,
we don't want to.
Would still be fine.
Stuff completely.
Right.
So
if it had like a $2,000 pack, and you know what,
playing a high level
people would actually buy it and support it.
Your build is going to be bricked in some regard, right? Like there'll be some element of it that got modified or something.
Also, hello, Shaw, how you do?
But then of course you'll also have like legacy items, which will be kind of presumably funky, assuming that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will.
Yeah, Jonathan, you tell him.
So
yeah. No, but yeah, what basically what he said is like what we are playing is like these servers are gonna be like. They are not gonna be the museum league, they're gonna be like its own league, because all these items are probably gonna be mega broken and like changed on release. There isn't even like a $500 bundle on Steam though. Yeah, they always have like this like
so I mean, look, there's just no
I like that, right? Man. Like, I like when they put like numbers that are not like fully rounded. That's how I like whenever I use my alarm clock, it's always like 17. Right? 17 minutes, 29, It's never like a full number.
But we're also not going to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of deleting it either, right? Like we might as well just let it be there. You know, and
Obviously, like
just,
it's snoozed like 10
nice
times.
oh, here's this
Just
character
saying.
I got, you know, back in the day. Like it's nice to just have that around. So, you know, it's just a little memory of that. So, yeah, there's just no reason for us to delete it.
So speaking of builds getting bricked, if I reference one of the interviews we actually did, on,
Bricking builds, let's go.
Here is you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about cosmetics and MT.
Whoa. Righteous Fire, man. Righteous Fire, let's freaking go. Righteous Fire.
Saying that it's fundamentally getting changed. And I was hoping to ask for Pox here. Shout out to Pox. Can we get any information related to a Righteous Fire or where that is going? I was kind of wanting to follow up with that you had mentioned in the previous.
So it's not a
best skill in the game.
It's on a class that is not. It's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be an EA. So you get that a little bit later. But it is going to be in. We have a prototype of it, and you know we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work. Yeah, unfortunately, just not an EA, or at least not an EA at the start, right? When we add the character,
he didn't say no, Chet.
Significantly changed, or
it is very it is very different.
Okay,
but it's still fundamentally. You know, it's still fundamentally a thing where you're lighting yourself on fire and there's fire damage around you and that kind of stuff, right? It's just that, you know, like the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. Like, if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's Righteous Fire. But if you look at the stats, it's like works quite differently.
There we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pox.
Fair enough.
Speaking of
Paladin power, man. Probably Paladin Ascendancy, let's go on.
This is shown in the reveal, but bricking the Atlas, as you can, if you die in a map, you can't do it again. So in the start, what happens when you brick all the start
around? Yeah. So we have the ability to effectively restart your Atlas. If you complete.
Oh, you got the Blight League, Pog?
Do that. I don't remember what way it is to do that, but it came up when we were first talking about. There just has to be some way to allow you to effectively restart your Atlas from scratch if you need to. I would hope that most people don't do that. I should hope that you manage to survive it. Like you know, so there's 4 connections to the starting point. So you'd have to die 4 times in a row in order for that to happen to you, and then if that happens, it'll automatically re-roll the Atlas, so you can kind of just try again immediately. But yeah, hopefully not too many players have to do that.
So yeah, like imagine breaking your Atlas. Like you enter the map first, like first 4 maps, you die instantly on all 4. That would be very feel bad moment. But yeah, there is like an Atlas reset.
Yeah, I mean, look, we wanted there to be consequences for failure, right? We wanted to, so it's like, oh crap, you know, now I have to find another way around. Like the web of connections is dense enough that usually there'll be some other way around to get to something that you want. But bear in mind, there won't be too many, right? Like if you then die in another one of the entrances to get to some piece of content, that could definitely cut you off. So you know, there are some consequences for death. Like you know.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that though. Like if you're like pushing a specific
like
things.
Experience penalty at low levels, certainly we don't need to be as worried about, because you know there's consequences just from the death itself in the Atlas. But yeah, you know, I think it's just the other reason why it's also important to do that, by the way, is because of the fact that you can.
Yeah, like this is a big though. Like reason why there is only like one life per map is each map is gonna be like much more rewarding than it is right now, though, right? So that's a big difference. That means you don't need to like necessarily run like bajillion maps for like the same return.
The things that we can have on the Atlas can be more valuable, right? Because if we have things that you can just try again, then you've always got these problems where, like, okay, if you go into the map, like let's say you wanted to have a map and it's just full of chests that you know drop stuff for whatever reason. Let's just say we want to do that, right? It's like if the failure, it really has to be that you can only enter that map. You can only create that map one time, because otherwise, you know, like at what point do you say, well, the map is completed? Like there always has to be things, like there always has to be some kind of condition like that. So by effectively just having the rule of like a map can only be created by you one time, it means that, you know, yeah, the valuable stuff we can put on there, like monsters and things like that. Like if you could have mods on the Atlas that are like, you know, increases the number of rares by a ton, and that's fine because you know that you don't have a situation where someone just kills half of them and then dies on purpose and then goes back in and kills them again. You know, that kind of stuff. Like effectively, like that's the kind of exploit that we're trying to avoid here, and so it just allows us to have much more valuable stuff on there. We do, by the way, have
profit by dying, mate.
Campaign that we have to worry about, like because you know you can respawn at checkpoint at any time, and so we have
literally
to
every like a Magic Find character.
You know, I mentioned before that at the end of Dead Ends you'll get rare chests. Well, if you can set it like we had an exploit before we fixed it, where like if you get away,
Stop reading my mind,
close
John.
to a rare chest, because it's at a dead
Too
end.
big brain,
You can
man.
die on purpose, respawn at the checkpoint, just open the chest again and again.
I was
and
wondering
so,
about that.
yeah. So effectively, what we have to do is make it so that when you revive from a checkpoint, all of the things like chests and rare monsters, they have to stay dead, even if you opened them or killed them.
Oh yeah, so like for bosses it's different, right? Like if you die on a boss, you have to like if you die on a boss and like you get the checkpoints during the campaign though. I'm not sure how it works for the map. I don't think it's working on the maps, but anyhow, that checkpoint is like turning you back, right? Instead of like you having to run there. So I'm sure like in the first iteration it would just like respawn all the mobs, so so you would die on a boss, come back, and everything outside like chest and everything is back, man. Let's go, Paul.
Them after you
love them bugs, dude.
For the next version until you recreate the map and do it from scratch again, because that stuff would be exploitative if you were able to to not save that after you died. So there's like a few little things we have to worry about with the checkpoints for exploits for that, but thankfully
maybe it's gonna be gimmicky and somebody actually managed to do that.
That element, since if you die,
I have a follow-up to that because I felt like when I played tested the campaign. Now the game is very different from when I played tested it last time in LA, and there was one mechanic, and I kept saying gearing and getting skill gems. It felt so good. I felt like I always were given the tools I needed when I was progressing, and I had no idea about the mechanic till you told me at the event about this loot table rare that randomly was generated in the area, and if you didn't,
that is not true though, Fluffy. So the way that the Atlas works, right? You have all these connections. It is just that route is bricked. But yeah, like if you fail all of them, then like maybe you should like check the build you're playing, because you definitely should not be dying that much. I don't think it's the map issue at that point, dude.
So
if you die on everyone.
The next zone,
yeah,
give you like an appropriate flask. So I'm guessing that feature is also for this. You can't farm that. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
but a lot of people don't know about it. So maybe you can elaborate on it.
Or you can do that though. You can literally just go do like easier content and just buy gear, dude. I mean, like trading is in a game. Literally is in a game. So like nobody's stopping you from like buying gear. But yeah, like crafting gear is like much different. The thing is like what everybody said who tried out the game. You keep changing the gear. You get like the gear that actually drops on the ground, right? It's probably like better than what you had. Like if you progressed like into the next area, it's probably better than yours. Like you kept like they all said it was like constant like change. It's not like in PoE 1 you use the same thing. Disconnect internet and become a farmer IRL, dude. You should do that right now, bro. Grow your own food, dude. It's the best thing, dude. Best freaking thing. Hard work, but man, nothing can replace that. Especially like if you're in US, dude. Like when Bill buys all the McDonald's like farms, dude, I would be worried. Didn't an Overwatch streamer actually do that? Did he? Based. That's an based Overwatch streamer, dude. I heard selling olives is good, dude. I heard like a lot of people had those refineries, right? That they had like a lot of like repair costs this year. Dude, people would bring like freaking because they would always like bring like huge bags, right? We're talking about like 300 kilograms, like so many bags, and like they would leave like tools in there, right? Like nails, hammers and shit, and like they would like mess up they would mess up the freaking refinery like inside the wheels and everything, so they would have to like replace that. Like each one of those like refinery like wheels and things that grinds it is like 35k euros or something, dude. Bro brings like 10 bags and they're full of nails, dude. Yeah, where's my fucking hammer, dude?
So effectively what we've done in the very, very early game in order to make it so that to guarantee a certain number of skills and things like that is that there's a couple of encounters where if you fail to find the encounter in the first for example, then when you go to the second
it's much
area,
different, man.
drop
Like
an item that you would have gotten.
First time you see something like grow from the ground that you planted, dude, it's great, man.
If you'd found that first encounter, just to make sure that if you didn't run into this, but you did run into a
most on the left side,
then we like forward that on to the next area.
It's
and
fine.
Do that, like, a couple of
Those
times
people never worked in their life, dude.
It's kind of all stuff like in the first like sort of 10 levels, this kind of stuff, just to really make sure that like people actually get some of those important drops. Like when you're level sort of 15, 20, missing out on one skill gem is like not really a big deal. But when you're really low level and it's like you've got very few skills, if you miss out on that crucial upgrade.
Yeah, okay, so listen to this careful. So there is like a systems in place, right? So there is like actual things like mechanics that can like happen on. Think of it like in PoE 1, like you get like a new league mechanic, right? And you didn't engage with it and you didn't see the quest or something like in such a fashion. But in this game it's big important to like experience it, to get the, because you get like the skill gems earlier, because like they are very difficult to get otherwise. Like they don't just drop like all the time. But there is like a catch-up mechanic, so if you miss it from like where you're supposed to get it, you're guaranteed to get it like next time, like on the next area and stuff like that.
Grade of getting like the next tier of gem, that can matter so much that we just can't really allow it to happen. So we need to have as many chances as possible for people to find those things. But at the same time, we didn't want to just spam you with that type of gem, because then it's like, oh, I've got tons of these. Well, you know, like it would feel wouldn't feel very valuable if you did find them all. So we want to all of those encounters. They do have loot that you get. Like there's still a reason to do all of them because they have their own unique stuff as well. But effectively, if you do miss some of them, you're still getting some of those really crucial things like gems.
Honestly, if he works at 20 years at Microsoft, like he has enough money, man. Money ain't an issue.
I actually think though that some of that problem might be slightly ameliorated by the fact that we've got the map now where you can see all the encounters. So I think that in some cases people might be looking at there, but we still have that system.
But yeah, like when we talk about like farming or like kind of work in general, dude, it's very different though. Like those people get satisfaction out of that, right? Like for example, picking olives, I don't consider that a work. Even though it's freaking tiring, like doing it entire day, but like I enjoy doing that.
It's nice to be able to.
Like I said, like next year I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna take like freaking entire month and just gonna go like
the map. I got
get shit out of. I think it's like €8 like an hour. I saw I can get by picking picking olives.
Account for like bosses too. For instance, like pinnacle bosses.
Easy money.
Are they linked together where you fill the maps around it? You cannot go do the boss now.
Yeah.
Oh. It's not
because if you fail, the cities with the Uber bosses, those are extra special because if you fail,
yeah, let's I don't know. Sometimes, man, it depends.
Then the boss will disappear from the Uber
boss.
But
like, dude, it's like Crow. It's like the grey economy, okay?
You have to be able to do those fights, and it will be quite challenging.
Welcome to Croatia, dude. Like 99% of work is grey economy, dude.
So that one's going to be something that I think will be quite challenging. So yeah, like that's for like the ultra pinnacle content, like that 7th system, which has the I don't want to say the name because we didn't spoil it, but
the cheapers. Nah, like well, I'm not really sure for those kind of work. They are more for like working in like in tourism industry rather than anything else.
Here's what you said: tier 1 through 4, correct?
But yeah, like Avanis, I don't think you should worry about it as long as you're enjoying the game, right? Problem. I'd buy olives that were personally picked by Crow. Good, you should. Okay, I'm still I still prefer the old school guy, right? People are using like Grubly and all that stuff, right, to pick them up. I prefer like still the hand pick method, dude, because it doesn't like ruin the olives. They stay the same. But yeah, like if you're picking them up with like any of the tools, or like well, if you have like the shaker stuff and whatever they have, like. It depends how they are doing it, but they all need to be processed like within 24 hours, right? But if you're like hand picking them, you can have at least like 2 more days because you don't really damage them.
So you're talking about in terms of loot drops and things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
I mean, everybody's going to be learning and dying, though. So.
I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where you add the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes, there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves? Are the bosses static and you modify on your tree only, or are the bosses almost like maps? You know how you can modify like invites, for instance, from PoE 1? So can you further modify these?
So let me think about that.
What?
So
who has that, man? Nah.
So I'm pretty sure the Breachstone can't get mods.
Like everybody, we have like 3 refineries like near my place. So
I don't know. I'm not actually sure.
No problem.
The ultimatum ones can. because those ones have that extra mechanic for modifying him.
But yeah, before like, so the bosses in the game, they can't have like mods, right? The bosses are gonna be static, so calm down. You won't have like bullshit mods on like the actual like pinnacle bosses. Like you can't throw like some stupid mod on it. Apple needs to be put in solution to keep them from going moldy super fast, man.
So like, look, what I'll say is in general,
listen, like most of the freaking.
It isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what.
Like when we pick up like I don't know how you call them, mandarine, tangerines or whatever, like in English. Anyhow, like
and that difficulty scaling.
We are not using any of like the products, right? Like shit for them, and they can last. I don't know, like maybe two weeks or something. Like if I put them in the fridge instantly, but otherwise, nah. Like shit like that needs to go like instantly, right? It's mostly for like you need stuff for like any solutions. So you're playing on a 6th. No, you're not. Yogi, nobody's playing on a 6th. Are you kidding me? Like you will see in an interview. Like I watched part of the interview and like he mentioned it. You will see what he's gonna say about that. He's gonna be like,
does introduce things like, you know, it can even modify things like how skills work and like, you know,
just wait till the server part comes in.
There's all sorts of stuff like that, but it isn't random what you're doing there.
The interest is like huge.
For the pinnacles, it really is just kind of mostly just that difficulty change.
Okay, got it. I think the reason people were asking is they were wondering if like there's a hardest baseline challenge where it's like this is sort of a baseline you can use on can you clear the hardest content. So people were wanting some clarity on that.
For the pinnacle boss, it definitely is the case.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question I was kind of wondering when I was looking at the map.
So static bosses, Paul.
Example of like the paradise, for instance, you get the bonus experience, and that is obviously on the beach because it's tropical. So I'm assuming the uniques are zoned out to the biomes that you have specifically, and if that is the case, since the biomes are
Crow, like majority of the people did buy that one.
Maps also have drops
like the amount of people who bought that one, like it's probably like vast majority.
To help you target
like no joke.
Certain types of items.
Like the amount of people
more than just what you were saying with the
I fully support the idea. Like even if they do that, dude.
This map has got this theme, and therefore it can drop this more of this item and stuff like that.
Dude, I got the no, I got the $0 pack.
About the new way that the
As I said, like Wish gifted it, dude.
Atlas.
I was planning to buy the 31 back, but Wish was like a sad people swipe.
Where, you know, I mean, obviously we modified div cards, so you can move them around now. But generally speaking, it was the case with the old Atlas that if we made it so a map had something special,
like, dude, I'm from Croatia. You know what the fuck? I can buy a freaking apartment for $500.
So with the new system, we effectively can say that, you know, it's okay to have wild.
No, we can, but
in between, you know,
I'm just saying, dude.
Things, because you know,
that's like freaking average pay here, dude.
And if you happen to know that the thing that you want spawns in desert biomes, and then you're using towers to find those desert biomes, and then you're looking around, okay, like finally, you know, I'm just going to go through all the deserts. You can absolutely do that. In the case of
or food for 6 months, pretty much, dude. He ain't wrong.
Of the water and
I'm not playing this alone.
And a forest. So,
who will give me gear? That is true. Wait, but Wish. Actually, no, that's great. So I'm not sure if you've seen the part where like the group stuff, right? But they increase the currency you get by 100%. So like everybody gets currency. You get like 50% more armors. So you guys like, so we eventually like even up on the armors.
Only forests next to.
But the more important part, like on the maps, like if you get there, Wish, if you get on the maps, right? Whoever dies on a map, the other guy gets all his loot, because like you can't come back to the map.
Ocean, I believe, will cause that map to spawn, and then like we can.
So I'll go clear. If I die, you just take all.
When you get this,
big brain,
that's when this can spawn, and so that's like a way that we can kind of like fiddle around with the rarity. But also, if players learn these things, then they can know what to look for when they're exploring the map, as far as like finding that stuff as well.
Yeah, but in a campaign, so first like 50 hours or so, like you can rest people. Like, in campaign, you can rest people, so that one is fine.
Question I had then is, does that mean that the people's individual map, because you said it's infinite, it's generated, etc. So does that mean each person has a completely random different starting point? Like for instance, maybe
then PoE, like,
define Tainted Paradise.
Dude, even the big corporate guys didn't do that yet, man.
I mean,
I think the highest one I've seen, like the giveaway was 4.
Things like, you know, there's nothing limiting the fact that you could find 5 Untainted Paradises near where you started and another person couldn't, right? But I think the law of averages will just mean that in general,
calm down there, Elon, mate.
Up to the same kind of thing.
Sure.
So you know, I like it is an interesting point that you make.
Probably Elon is gonna do that.
You're looking about the race to 100. It is possible.
He is interested in this game,
The
though.
other, as far as what maps spawn for them.
What do you guys think? Which pack did Elon buy? I think Elon got maybe not a 30. I think like Elon got a $60 pack though. Getting paid to boost. Hey, listen. What pack? He bought the server, man. True. He got it for free.
But then by the same token, it's possible for someone to get lucky on what items drop for them or some other.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Good marketing.
Play effectively, the more the law of averages happens, and the more kind of it just comes down to play skill rather than randomness.
Did you guys see that free box? Yeah. Like Tawili got a free box. The WoW streamer, he doesn't even play Path of Exile. He got that freaking box that devs sent, and he used a freaking hammer to smash it. Like there was like a puzzle that people needed to do. They were so fucking pissed at him, bro. Like, he doesn't give a shit, because, like, he doesn't even play the game. Like, people are still, like... I mean, it was good marketing in the end, because, like, people are talking about Path of Exile. But it was shit for people who, like, played and streamed this game for, like, 10 years that they didn't get it. Yeah, but, like, the fact that he got it, though. Like, as I said, like, it's still good marketing, but it's pretty shitty when you see, like, some people who didn't get it and who are, like, just literally just covering Path of Exile, nothing else. But then you see that guy, though. Like, it is kind of, like, shitty to see, but it is what it is, though.
Everyone gets a different experience there. And when you reset your... when you do the thing where you run out of... where you no longer have any nodes to explore, by the way, that does change the seed of your atlas, so you'll get a new random...
I mean, you get yours, though, like Avanis.
As well.
You're part of the loot.
Yeah, so that's just worth mentioning.
That's good.
Because, you know,
That's good.
Unless you die, then
so
like you don't get part. Just click before you die. Big brain.
Yeah, but I think they might
click all the loot, then you can die.
I'm not 100% sure on that. I can't remember what the way to trigger this was, but yeah, that is the thing.
Okay, so Atlas rolling meta coming up soon.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Because we made sure we did think of the one thing of like you're not going to get an untainted paradise within the.
So this is like the best leveling map in the game.
When you first.
But that is cool. So in order to get like unique maps, you need to in order to spawn them, you need to have like certain conditions, right? Like you need to spawn the map where like two biomes combine together. I think that is so cool, though. I think that's much better than what they have now for the unique maps. So if you want to see some unique map, you need to like combine like forest and desert, right? And like where they've combined, that's where they can spawn. I think that's a very cool mechanic.
You know, like we're not gonna allow that special stuff to spawn right in that first circle.
So I do have one follow-up here before I send it over to Ghazzy, really, because I'm just kind of thinking based upon this concept. So if there's certain biomes that are going to spawn certain types of unique maps, and maybe certain biomes are more prone to certain type of item drops, etc. But the maps themselves, I can't.
Yeah, Atlas progression is per person. Whoever like, I think he's going to talk now.
On the market, does this mean you're expecting much more social play, where it's like, hey, I found this unique map. Who is expecting this unique map and having people actually looking for other players that their particular,
so you can sell the maps, but you can sell the spot in your map.
You're looking for. Is this something you guys are expecting and planning around? Or?
I think it could definitely happen for sure. As for whether that's good or not, I guess we'll find out. Like it's really sort of hard to know what the sort of.
Watch this.
That will be.
I think this is the part when he's like
something that I have no doubt will start to occur.
When he starts like
always, do you
mentioning those certain sites that sell you currency and stuff.
Of the Discord server that's incredibly infamous is slipping my mind right now.
TFT.
There's an infamous Discord server where people do trading for things like that, and so there is a concern that it's like I'm effectively trading access to something like that for out of game, which is always a concern. But I guess we sort of decided that we were sort of hoping that it doesn't end up going that way. And we were so excited to sort of change the Atlas over to this method that this is.
Since you can't sell the maps.
You know what? I think we're willing to.
Yeah, since you can sell the maps, people are gonna sell like
becomes a problem. We might have to
their Atlas, so people will join their game.
I mean, look.
The thing is, though, like if you're caught like RMTing right now, though, because he's talking about like people buying that shit for real money. Like he doesn't care if you're gonna pay currency, right? If somebody wants to like enter those unique maps. But now, like since you have to like run it with a person, I think that's much different, dude. Like when it comes to like banning those people and stuff like that. So yeah, I think they're gonna have like much more data on who is like actually RMing and who is not.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fair enough answer. I'll send it over to Ghazzy. I think he had a question.
Yeah, we'll throw in one and rewind back in time a little bit to an interview you did with a D4 streamer, Vudio. And in there was a question regarding competitive game modes and races and whatnot, community events. With Cicerin has the Gauntlet event that's been very prominent with. And the question was about that being in PoE2, and you answered yes. Now, what we want to do is have you spill more of the beans here and give us some more details. Can you give us anything? Are there any plans in the works, etc., etc.?
So at the start of early access, we won't be able to do any of that stuff. We just haven't had time. But look, it's definitely the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like I really like those sort of PvE but yet competitive type of events. Like they're just really fun to me.
Dude, they're hilarious.
I have no doubt.
Those like half-an-hour leagues were like mega fun. I used to play like a few of them.
The custom league system
Shit is hilarious.
will come back in PoE2 as well, so you'll be able to do that stuff, and that sort of helps people organize their own races and things like that, which we'll have there. It won't be, once again, not day one of EA, but pretty soon after that we'll get that in. And like, by the way, the thing that's blocking that is literally just like some of our web developers need to port the interface for that over to the Path of Exile 2 website, right? It just hasn't been done yet. So we just, as soon as they've got that in order, then that'll be available. So yeah, like we're absolutely doing. What was that? Sorry.
I think a lot of people really like the old school races that we used to have many years ago, like the descent races.
I love that. I love that stuff too. It was so cool.
12-minute races, like everyone can participate in that. Because like the race to 100, we talk about that a lot, right? But that's a very that's a lot of dedication and time.
12-minute races, dude.
Shorter races, an hour, half an hour, endless delve. Like I think a lot of people really like.
Yeah, I really like the half-an-hour races though.
The funny thing about that is that as cool as it was, and as like much as the community liked them, for whatever reason, it just didn't really result in people like it just didn't really result in like actually more people playing, and that was kind of the reason why we found like
yeah, the problem is like those leagues are only for people who are already playing the game, not new players. That's why like they don't really like.
Everyone loves it. It just doesn't result in more players. So that's like if we're talking about spending time doing all that stuff versus adding more content to a league launch that definitely adds more players. Unfortunately, it just had to go to the leagues. But the thing is that it was just really cool, and so like if I had some spare designers up my sleeve, then I would 100% get them working on this because it's something that is just super awesome. And I definitely think we should try it again as well for PoE2.
I mean, they're free to play game, dude, right?
Since back when we were doing that stuff. So
and that is how they operate. They have to like bring in new players. They can't just
into a scene of racing and so on that actually.
That's the difference, dude. That's the difference between even though like
interest in itself coming.
People will in this game like a lot, right?
Yeah, like look, I have no doubt.
But the reality is they need to like keep the fresh players coming in.
Before I send it over to DM again, yes or no, are you in favor of having a Battle Royale PoE2 event?
Well, I mean, it would certainly be cool. Let me think about this. I'm just thinking.
Is there more skill-based gameplay in it?
Yeah. So I'm actually just thinking about this because I'm just thinking as you're saying this. Like, okay, so how would the new system translate to a battle royale format? Because one of the things that's interesting, I think, about the PoE1 version was the randomness of what.
But now, like as I said, like I don't have a problem with that. That's the same reason like why campaign needs to be fun. Like why campaign needs to be cool even if you played it 1,000 times.
Hard to do to just try it.
Like it needs to be cool once at least, so the new player comes in and like stays playing.
To really make it actually good.
Because the campaign was engaging enough for him.
At one point we were actually pretty keen to make like an actually good version of the battle royale thing, because when we announced that originally, like when I said 1 day of development, it really was just like there was a limit of like 1 day per developer of how much time they were allowed to spend on that, because it was like literally an April Fool's joke, and it turned out like it's kind of like one of those things that's like fun for a few days, but it didn't really have like long-lasting good gameplay because like no one had we didn't really test it, right? We just kind of just like did some random shit and put it up there, and it was kind of cool. So that was a fun little experience. But we did discuss like should we make an actual.
I didn't play it. I remember like this, like when they added like battle royale in the game, dude.
I don't know, just like other stuff happened. We didn't end up doing it, but you know what? Maybe we should have another just like random fun battle royale and PoE2 event. Just even if we don't like, just another one of those just like ultra kind of garage style. Just like everyone just like make some random stuff and just put it in there and we'll just see what happens.
Have the mindset of make things look complicated, make smart people feel smarter.
I used to do way more like
be like that.
Days of PoE1. I used to do just like way more rando stuff like that.
The thing is, right? Like it's not about making people smarter, but like
for various reasons, like
you need to set up the game
it's
that
kind of
guides
like,
a player
know,
to think
really,
like
man, I
to
find
think
this so much- a random
creatively, but
example of this is I was like, okay,
do
you know
not
what?
overwhelm
I'm
him.
gonna have a
They
level
didn't do
1
good job with like PoE 1 though.
We had a competition.
That
for,
shit was complicated from the start.
What is the
This one
character
seems
get
to be
the
much
highest
different.
FPS
though.
level 1, and then what we decided, I think we gave away like, we're
Yeah,
like, okay,
the key is to
whoever
trick
wins this, we're
people
just
to
gonna
think
give
that
them a
they are
t-shirt or something.
smart
There was just some
by
random, like,
making
prizes
the
that we gave
decisions
away.
easier
And
without them
I was
realizing
man,
it's
this
like
is really
that much
smart, 'cause,
easier.
Like, if you use other characters to like rush your level 1 character, but then make sure they never get any leech any experience, then you can like get all the quests and like get all of the like passive points that you can get when you're level 1, and there's like quite a lot you can do. And it's like then it's like, okay, what's the minimum amount of experience you can possibly get by killing the mandatory bosses, in order to get the quest flags? Like, it was like all these like.
I mean, that is a lot of Diablo players though.
And
a lot of
then we got
Diablo
all these,
players
kind of
absolutely
negative
hate Path of
reactions about
Exile.
it, of like, people being like, oh, you know, you have to cheat, you have to multi-box to do this competition. Like, there's like, are you saying you're endorsing doing this? And there's like all this random stuff that the community kind of reacted negatively about with this. Because I guess they were kind of feeling like, oh, you know, like some guy who's like willing to spend all this time and like find the best level 1 item is going to be the one who wins it. And it's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point, right? Like, I was hoping that a bunch of people, like some random like total basement dwelling people would be like, you know, I'm going to spend like frickin' a week on this and like find like what the best possible way with like all these steps is going to be, and then that person will get a prize, right? Like, it's just a completely out there thing.
Picking nerd stuff.
You know, that is what happened. But for some reason, people got angry about it, and I was kind of like, you know, I guess I just don't understand. Like, to me, that's cool. It's like, it's not like this is some big feature that we worked on, right? It was just a random idea I had. So,
People getting angry for being outsmarted by a nerd who plays video games the entire day.
Cool to do more of that, but it kind of requires I guess, a certain mindset in the community. So I don't know. Like, there's always this worry whenever you do something.
Modern
like that,
audiences,
wasting
mate.
time on this when you could be doing some other thing, right? Yeah, that could be a concern.
I missed all these. I'm just sitting here thinking back because I think the reason this came up in conversations on a previous podcast we did with Pox. Pox was going through all of the different battle royales and PvP modes and all these fun events, and I realized there's all these fun events that I missed out on being, you know, a newer head to PoE. So kind of hope at some point those do come back.
I mean, you would have never experienced. You never would have experienced. You never would have experienced Descent, which was another one of those kind of like, kind of relatively quick to make things that we did, where we just kind of remixed a bunch of content and put it in a random order with like special chests and everything. And it was kind of a race event for a race that wasn't the game, and it honestly didn't take that long to make. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was fun. It was fun making all that stuff. It was really fun.
All right, well, plus
it
one
was,
for.
It was incredibly enjoyable. Well,
Like, imagine this, dude. Like, they make a random ass event in one day that becomes like mega popular. And it's like, as I said, like it's like a few days thing, and it's not a goddamn risking the freaking Goblin Shrine. Then think of how much Blizzard needs to like, and these guys have like 150 people now, though. And they did that back in the day when they weren't as big as they are now. And Blizzard has like 1,000, and they can't like make one single event. These guys make like random ass events like all the time.
Like,
Well, back in the day they did, like ever since like PoE 2 was like announced, like they stopped like a lot of that because like they had to move people away. But
Plus one for mini games coming in the future. Something that I didn't.
But
maybe
it's
I'm
probably gonna happen
in
again.
Any
Though.
of my early play tests, I didn't see it in any of the interviews or any of the footage you guys showed. Gym quality is obviously a thing. We have like Gym Lean Legionnaire, for instance, showing you a plus 12. The quality, obviously, it's scale, not support, was a difference made. But how do you actually do that? From my I didn't see any gym colors anywhere, so I'm curious to know what's going on with gym quality and the impact that you're hoping gym quality will have in the game.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done is we made gem quality a late game thing, because so it's kind of an end game that you get it. It's not restricted to any one system or anything like that, but it's just something that starts dropping in end game only. And effectively, yeah, they just increase like various things. Now, gem quality was one of those things that I think was a bit overcomplicated, or like there was things where like we want to try and do a little bit better when it comes to like what stats we're choosing to scale, to make that a little bit more fun. I don't have a full list of what they are or anything like that yet. Mark, this is actually something that's like coming in really late. Like I know gem quality is a thing we're doing. Like the balance of that has only been done in like the last few weeks. Yeah, it is a thing. It's like it's nice to have another kind of grind that's like, you know, just to perfect the
It
gems.
is, but like I didn't like most of it though. Like for example, like Lightning Strike gem was like fun, because if you lower it to max, you get like one extra projectile, right? So that matters a lot, but usually it's just like 5% damage. Like, so that one was like whatever.
Whether it got in or not, so maybe I shouldn't mention it. Relating to that.
Have a good one, chat, and crow number 1. Hey,
You can mention it.
freaking base. Freaking base me. Hey, crow number 2, dude.
Quite a few different systems at the end where it's like,
Have a great night,
just
man. Thank you for being here.
Another 20%. You can eke out another 20% with this. You can eke out another 20% of that, right? And so you kind of want to have a lot of those things. So there's the role of fusing orbs, which that was the thing. I don't know whether it's in or not, so I'll just leave that as a cliffhanger there. There's things like you've got gem quality. You've got which I think is the 20%, and then of course the Gemling Legionnaire can go above that. Now, generally speaking, it has to improve the skill by 20% in some axis, but we're not going to say, it's not just going to be just damage, like it's going to be something, ideally, a stat that, like, I mean, it may be in some cases, but ideally it's...
Avanis, this is something that's going to keep evolving, though.
That's the...
You do realize, I'm not sure, like, if you followed it, but every class can use every skill, right? There is no, like, restriction. Just because, like, one class access them doesn't mean that you can't get them on, like, literally everything. So, yeah, like... People are obviously gonna go for like the things that worked in PoE 1, right? They're gonna base that, but like a lot of things have changed. From what he said, also like the way that Righteous Fire is gonna work fundamentally same. Like you're gonna burn yourself to burn everything around you, but the stat around it is gonna be different. That means that like the skills around it is gonna be different as well. So like there is gonna be like a whole lot of new things to discover, which means that. You will probably like find a combination that somebody didn't find out yet, or like stuff like that. So there's going to be a lot of broken ass things as well.
It's not just damage. That means that we can have it be something that's sort of end game only, and it's going to be harder to get than most other things because regular quality items you can get by salvaging from other items that drop with quality. But I believe that gems don't drop with quality, so every single point of that is going to be hard earned using a GCP. Gem Cutter's Prism. That'll kind of be one of those just final grinds at the end game of like getting all of those, getting enough of those.
Cool, more grind, mate.
I think that should be just one of those extra things.
That answers that.
Just more grind.
So speaking of skill gems, there was one other skill gem that we saw teased one time and then wasn't talked about again, which was mounts in particular. Also is going to the Ranger, right? We saw the Ranger, but two questions here, which is, are there more than just the Roa mount, and are mounts more than just Ranger? Can I be expected to be a Titan double-fisting two-handed maces swinging off the back of a Roa?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
So the Roa, I should say, is a Ranger. Well, no, I mean it's not Ranger only, but the bonus that it gives is the ability to fire while without slowing down. Only bow. Well, only like arrow skills are ones you can actually fire off the back of a Roa. So anyone else could ride it, but it's not going to give you any advantage to do so because it's just like you.
Well, there you go. You can still use the mount though.
Slow down with arrows. It's not like some larger system really. It's just like a thing we made for that, and we just thought it was cool. Because the thing.
He said it like over like multiple times. He wanted to slow the game down though, right? Because like especially like. Path of Exile 1, like last couple of seasons is crazy. Like we're talking about people reaching like endgame within like hours, destroying everything. Like the power creep is crazy, right? And he wanted people to like slow down and like obviously people are still gonna rush it. Like they will rush it, but it won't be as easy though. And did you see like what he said like earlier as well? Reason why. They don't give everybody like access to the actual game, right? So all the streamers who are like streaming, they don't have the access to the actual game, like the systems that are coming into the game, right? They test everything out as much as they can, but they don't let people like, so you don't see like builds already happening before like everything is out. Because they show like the gems very last day or like 2 days before the release, stuff like that. So people do make the builds, but it's they always give it to everybody, right? It's not like you see people like in Diablo, like week before streamers already had like everything figured out, right? All the glitches, and they would like keep the glitches for themselves and stuff like that. Then like you would come in and like day 2 like you would see like broken ass builds. Like that doesn't happen like with PoE.
So the reason why it's faster for the ranger is because she gets to not slow. She just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting.
Yeah, they're not fans of like actually like getting people to experience it, like streamers.
Whole different gameplay.
They have like good department who tests shit out also. And that's huge.
So effectively, that sort of limits the number of things we can do with a mount like that. Now, I think it'll be cool later to do more mounts for more things. Like, you know, I'm sure there's ideas that you could have that would be cool. But for at least for the time being, that's the mount that we've got. And
yeah, it's either that or if
I am hearing, for the sake of roleplay cosmetic Andy, I do get to at least sit on the mount and walk around in town or something like that. Want. Okay.
Sure. And we could probably make some cosmetic mounts as well that were the same in that same vein, I suppose.
Cosmetic mounts.
Us doing that.
Do the bed mount. Let's go.
I mean,
let's go, man.
I'll pitch you this idea. Obviously, I want some royalties. So I like my skeletons to when I mount up to fall apart and the bones of the skeletons to form a skeletal horse. And when I dismount, I wanted to form the.
Hey, listen, that's like one of the most important part of like a freaking these games with skins.
Behind the mount.
That would be so cool. Moving on to assembling things question. It's crafting related.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this because the crafting is very different, but it's what we're going to see a lot when we play. But I will ask a couple of questions about it. So let's start with essences. Now, we are confirmed to be able to use essences multiple times where they guarantee a modifier. What we've seen
I don't know if they're gonna have it about the battle pass.
One modifier. We've seen
I didn't hear anything about it. They have that Kirak Vault, like which is like a battle pass.
Second modifier if you want to. So I guess the first question is regarding essences. Is this a guarantee
in the first game? I don't know about the second one.
Or is it a one?
Yeah, it costs $30 in the first game though, but you get like a full skin.
It's listed as it's one of a group, but in many cases
full skins and like they have like some special effect to them.
There's only one mod of that type that could spawn anyway. So effectively, like in those cases, it's completely guaranteed. But there's a few cases where it could be one of a couple of mods. But generally speaking, for a given item type, it will just be one mod. And the main reason why we did it that way, even though mostly it's just a single mod anyway, is because we didn't want to have the thing where you've got the giant list where for each item type, it's like, here's what mod you're going to get. And like, it's kind of annoying. So we just wanted to say, like, it'll give you a mod of a certain group. And then that way you can sort of know what you're going to get from that. Yeah, effectively, generally speaking, though, you're going to know what you're going to get from that mod, except for like a couple of specific cases, I think.
Okay, on the follow-up there, we talked about that earlier with the wiki in-game to search for monsters. Talked about that a little bit earlier. I guess another question in similar fashion for crafting.
This would be very good.
Any idea or desire or even plans to give us the tool to look at the tooltip in-game of seeing these are the modifiers that can be applied to this item to avoid again having to go to third-party sites and tools.
I would like this in a game though.
So I'll give you some. Okay, so at the event that you even went to, DM, there was probably, you might have noticed the crafting bench that we still had in that version, and that actually got cut. And so what that was going to be was not only was it a crafting bench, but also it effectively served as your encyclopedia of mods, because you could see when you put an item in there exactly what mods could actually go on it, because the user interface not only sort of had the crafting thing, but it also had kind of like the like, here's the mods that can spawn, and like, sure, some of them are grayed out because you can't you can't craft them on this item, but you could at least see what they all were. So we actually kind of were working towards something like that, but the problem was that the crafting bench had all sorts of issues, which, I mean, I could go into if you want, but like, but suffice to say, the feature got cut, and so now we currently don't have something like that. And that's a bit of a shame, because I do think that being able to see that stuff in game is good, and like, we were actually doing something useful with that.
No, that would be very good.
It's possible that we might bring something like that back a little bit later. Like, we did a bunch of UI work to kind of get this to be the case. And I do think that it's good to have that stuff in game. It's just that we don't currently have that for mods. That's a bit of a shame.
Not to dive into.
I mean, that sound.
You want to go ahead?
Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, not to dive into the reasons for the cut of the crafting bench as much as to, do you still expect it to come, or is it a decision like we shouldn't have this in the game as much as like it's not.
Do not come, man.
There's bugs or something. It's like a to be determined, or is it like nah, firm decision.
It was
instantly Trump memes,
not a technical problem. So I might as well just go into it, right? Might as well just go through the whole thing. So effectively, we had this whole. So during betas, actually, we had a lot of feedback.
Instantly Trump memes,
I don't have a way. You're not giving me the tools to fix the problems that I have with my build, right? And the type of player that we were getting that from a lot was PoE1 players, right? Because they're used to the crafting bench, and the crafting bench absolutely is a way to be able to fix problems with your build. So the first way that we I'm trying to think back. So the problems that we had with the crafting bench is it kind of trivialized certain mods, and the issue the designers often have is like, okay, effectively what it does is because the mods you can get from the crafting bench are kind of like, they're not top tier, but they are kind of good enough, I guess. So it meant that effectively a rare item was only it was only 5 mods plus a crafted mod, and that sort of reduces the amount of power you can get at the top end on some level, or like the level or the degree to which randomness can cause an item to be good relative to the average.
Kieran, hello, man.
Which some people would say is a good thing, right? Like, and some people would say is a bad thing. But the point is, there was always this contention around this, right, with the designers.
How you do? How is day? How
so
Monday?
That was like sort of one of the issues. And so then, the other issue was just the way the costing was. I think it was just like, I can't remember exactly what we were unhappy about with that, but effectively we were unhappy about that. So we came up with another design. And the first design of it was, what we're going to do is we're going to say that whenever you get an item, you can sell
another night shift
off an item that will destroy the item, and then you'll get some kind of juice of that mod, or like maybe some.
How are you? Pretty damn good. We just like watching some PoE videos, and like this was like the dev stream, like
that mod on another piece of gear. So we
from yesterday, I think. Yeah, this was yesterday.
What we were having is that
just catching up with some like PoE2 stuff.
5 different ways that this could work, in terms of like how it could work, and generally speaking, there was always this fight every single time of like, if we make this like easy enough so that players can easily do it, then the designers start to get unhappy about the fact that items are becoming too trivial, like we're not happy about this, like all these sort of issues like that. And if we make it so that the players...
Yeah, I did watch this part, like I watched like some of the end stuff, as I said, like I heard about Righteous Fire part, I heard some, but like I didn't like watch it in depth, because I wanted to say it to Dave though. Can't understand, they removed the mapping machine, so not the way... So the Atlas itself is the maps, right? Those nodes you've seen on the Atlas, they are the maps. Like you can click them. There is no. You still have a mapping machine though. You still have the thing. But once you click on it, it's basically becoming like the machine itself. The map machine is still there. Like you only have like one like life per the map. You will get what is it called? The waste stone. The map is technically like a waste stone. Yeah, it's more. So basically, Atlas is like one giant. Like, how is it called in freaking... it's just one giant monolith, is what it is. Like, endless monolith. Obviously, if you break it, it will reset, but it's like one endless monolith. Which you control, like, what you want to do. You have, like, center nodes, like the towers, you know, like Far Cry, or, like, just Ubisoft Towers, where it, like, reveals a huge area, then you can, like, put stuff in there to modify that area.
So that the designers are happy, then the players are like, this is just busy work and it takes me forever and I have to salvage all these items, you're making me make decisions, and there was like all sorts of things that the like players were just
but
not
yeah,
very
it's
happy.
like not gone, it's just a bit
fun
different
to actually use. Like I actually was never really happy with it in terms of just the user experience of using it. So
I mean, the design, they took like the design from like Heroes of Might and Magic, right? That's the first like thing, like art style, very reminiscent of that. Okay, they took it and they improved it, dude. Like one endless monolith is much better than like having to run like all 8, where everything is on like a single thing and you just they just made monoliths better, dude.
We had built this whole thing and like we balanced it a whole bunch of different ways, and then I think we were a bit too close to the issue, because the other thing that was happening through all of this was like, you know, like
that's what like game design generally is, dude.
Didn't have the crafting mechanics. Like, can we just not have it? Like the item system does work. Like there's all these complaints.
That's how game progresses, to be better and better at what they are.
Was kind of like, yeah, I prefer. He was like, I prefer not to have it, but then like if it works this way, then I am okay with having it. And it's like no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like this is not a good thing. When you've got a system like
you're
that.
In Pal World.
So eventually,
like Game Board, yeah.
I think
something like that. Like as I said, like
I was like, we can't launch into early access.
The key to the good game design is that like, you take one thing that worked for like some games, like you take the good ideas and you improve on a good idea.
Then people are going to crucify us, right? Like it's a really big...
Then somebody else is going to take that idea and like modify it to even better. And that's how you get like the great games in general.
Because at one point I was like, what if the crafting bench just added an extra mod, so it didn't affect the existing mods? You could just add an extra mod, even if you've already got the mod on the item. If it just adds an extra mod.
Yeah, speaking of that, like, dude, like I always find that the most stupid thing when somebody says like, oh, they just like copied this from this game, dude. Like the whole point is like at certain point, like when you're gonna say it's like opening inventory in one game is literally just opening inventory in like every other game you've seen, right? But it's there for a reason, right? If it works, dude. Some things don't need to like improve too much, but are not mandatory. So stuff like that. Yeah, they basically made like think of it like monoliths, but you can modify it. Like you can modify while playing. It's not like you have to like restart and do it all over again and like hope for the good RNG. You literally can influence it. Like in the maps, you will find like runes which you can insert in that. When I said like there's like towers that are positioned around the map. The big tower which affects the certain radius around like that area. So like next 7 maps around it are gonna have special modifiers which you want to play. So you can always like pick what you want to play though, and that is very good. You don't need to like hunt for a specific map.
Then it would solve the problems because it doesn't like interfere with the randomness of the other mods, but it also lets you solve your problems. So like there shouldn't be any issue. Like sort of.
Yeah, that's how like better stuff is made, dude. You always improve on like something.
People weren't really enjoying actually destroying and salvaging mods of items.
Like sure, like getting like new ideas is great though, but also improving on a great ideas
was just something that people weren't just.
It's also good.
Just wasn't fun. So then Rishi said, "Okay, well, you're talking about adding an extra mod to all items. Well, we already have the socket system that we created for Ultimatum for the Val orbs. Because at the time, what they did is it could add one socket, but you didn't have existing sockets on items. So it was like, what if we just allow sockets to spawn on items? We have a currency that lets you add sockets, and we just also have just common runes that have just like the standard mods. And this took basically no effort to implement because we already had the stuff for sockets. We already had like basically everything we needed. And it pretty much exactly was filling the function that the crafting bench was supposed to fill. But yet it didn't have, but yet it feels fun because you don't have to have this busy work of having to salvage mods,
yeah, that's also one thing, like, you get the runes. There is like a specific things that you can put in the gear now, right? Since like the sockets are not gone. What is gone is like the coloring and all that stuff, the annoying part for the skills. But sockets are still there and you can still socket like stuff in. Even like I think the entire class, that mercenary class, is literally like gonna be using, I think, those sockets to like add more skills or something like that.
So effectively,
but yeah, you can get basically like something like a rune words. It's not a rune words, but it's runes.
Everyone's happy.
Which give you stats.
Immediately, just way better. So yeah, but it does mean that we just don't get that nice encyclopedia of mods that we had before.
Yeah.
So I mean that's
a huge thing. Like, I think a lot of people are excited about that one.
What I'm thinking is maybe we can find
have a AoE skill and have a single target skill, or have like a fire skill and have a lightning skill. And both like be buffed enough.
One thing we discussed was like
separately to like have their own thing.
Because like
it's very cool.
You wouldn't have as much of that tension problem of like, because in order to make the balance work for the amount of juice you need for a mod to work both at early game and at late game, the kind of balance you need to do is like kind of annoying with like massive exponential scaling factors and like stuff like that. That was a
it's gonna be so cool.
Like,
as I said.
System. So
by the way, like Whirlwind is not on release. Whirlwind is not there on. Early access. It's coming, but it's not in there because it's on a different class.
Technical issue. It's just like we're never happy with how it played. And so yeah, maybe one day we can make a way for it to work.
The closest one they got, I think, is he mentioned the monk one. Monk has like a spinning staff, which is similar.
Behind it, instead of just hearing it's not going to be in the game, like actually hearing the process of how you came to it. I appreciate the answer. Go on, Ghazzy, you're going to say something.
Sorry. I do think about like the whole idea with the crafting bench. So we're not going to have a crafting bench. It's being replaced by sockets. Featured. I think it's pretty fair the way that approach is. It seems to solve the situation, but we also have the idea of microtransactions of bench micros that needs to be supported in PoE too.
So I think that for now at least, I believe that the salvage bench, obviously it's like way
pretty
less of a big deal, but the salvage bench, you can still have that in your hider, you can still retheme that how you like. And then if we do add the crafting bench back, then you'll just be able to reskin that as well. There are also a couple of other things that are basically...
No, like I think both of them like did a very good interview.
Benches that you've already bought.
I don't really watch Dart like whatsoever, but I think this interview so far has been very good.
Because,
they did a great job. Like the questions they asked, like were very good.
As what the crafting bench was in PoE1. So like you could argue that the reskin has less value in that sense, but it's still a thing you can put in your hideout and still use in that way. So we still have the compatibility there.
But think of it this way, like it might be a far-fetched idea, but like think of the crafting bench of you putting your item in that you want to craft on, and then implement a feature like Rogpog crafting. So you have a menu, say, hey, I want to use a Chaos Orb. You click on that one, it will tell you this is what's going to happen to the item. Then you have to click craft. Now we have a proper use of the crafting bench. It features from PoE1 to PoE2. I think people would like that with the idea of like showing the modifier that can apply to the item. It's like one of the things PoE2 so far is doing really good job at is preventing us from utilizing third-party tools and sites to the extent that it is, and that could be a step in that direction. Again, just spitballing here.
Sure.
But I want to move on to another part of this question because otherwise we're going to sit here for another couple of hours. And it is about metacrafting. We saw the omens allowing you to have the metacrafting approaches. So this question is from Empyrean, so shout out to him for this, by the way.
That's the problem,
the
though.
question is, can we use multiple metacrafts at once, so multiple omens?
Okay, this metacraft, I said, like, I'm not that far in. But yeah, like, as I said, fundamentally, like, Diablo 4, right? It's like a fun game for like 2 days. That's it. That is its problem. And like the second one is like reason why I don't want to even gear another class, because like you're gonna use half of the gear you're already using. Like once you get like 3 like mythic uniques, that's it. You're probably using the same 3 every other class is using. There is no like creativity in builds. And the fact that like the builds can only be good as developers make them, right? In this game, like, nobody actually knows, right? Like, the combinations of the best skills, nobody even knows what the hell... people are gonna find the most weird-ass things that are gonna be OP. Like, this one doesn't have a build. Like, there is no, like, build in Path of Exile. Like, sure, they give you, like, recommendations, but the actual build is gonna be, like, whatever the hell you pick up and figure out, dude. And like that's not the case. Like in Diablo 4 they keep adding uniques for a specific, like a lightning ball is getting like a new unique, right? So it's gonna work a little bit differently. That's not the way. Like so what's eventually gonna happen, you're gonna have like 17 different uniques for every single skill to make it like good. Like that's such a bad game design. That means that they are adding like even more items that you need to go through. Like, and those items are already like predetermined, so you're not really like doing anything, right? Like in Path of Exile, there is literally a mirror that can like you never actually find a single piece. If you like go check the top like 100 players, right? You will never find like the same pieces of gear, like maybe like mage blood and stuff like that, like very very OP items, right? Like a chase item. But usually rares are just on random shit. But like it's not random shit, but it's like the shit they crafted, found, then like semi-craft stuff like that, right? Like the item itself is like very unique per person, and that's why like people prefer this than anything else, because it gives you such a freedom when it comes to like gearing up.
Could be wrong about that, but my understanding is it's one omen at a time. Yeah, that does. I think they would probably
actually giving them freedom is fine. The problem, well, yeah, like the problem was like they gave you freedom enough, but like it was so complicated to like use that freedom, right? In Path of Exile, I watched like a 7-minute video of basic crafting and my brain wanted to explode, man. Right, so now it gives like people who are very creative and like who will go with through that process to learn it are gonna be rewarded though for it. But there is also like a very basic crafting in Path of Exile which is gonna get you through everything. You can play entire game if you have like a solid build. Basic crafting will get you through an entire game. Like you don't need like absolutely insane giga crafted gear to like finish everything. You really don't need.
I haven't seen the whole list yet, but effectively, yeah, one at a time is the main idea with that.
So the next,
throw the ball over to you, DM.
Yeah, we're gonna move over here to Ascendancies and Trials related question real quick. So we saw the Ascendancy. We know how you do it.
There is like, as I said, like D4 is not a bad game though. It's just like a boring ass game after like 2 days.
From the trials,
because you figured out everything. There is nothing to figure out after that.
Or is it the type of situation where you're going to do multiple different trials to get the points? I know there's like the coins associated with it, so I was hoping we could, hear how you go from your first 2 to your second 2, etc. in terms of points.
So effectively, as you get higher level coins, for example, if it's coins in the case of Sanctum, so as you get higher level coins, there's like certain level breakpoints where new floors open up. So each floor, in the case of Sanctum, there are 4 floors, and then
Sanctum,
effectively,
man,
if you complete floor 1, you get 2 points. If you complete floor 2, you get your second 2, etc. But the extra floor only becomes available once you get a coin of a high enough level, and it says on the coin like how many floors you're allowed to do based on that coin. So that means that you can't ascend a second time as soon as you get there. Like you do have to get to a coin from a slightly higher level. And the same is basically true of Ultimatum as well. So effectively, it'll say on the Ultimatum how many rooms you're able.
You can, but like the thing is, right? Like running like endless D3 rifts and all that, it's still about the items though. Like the D3 has the same problem D4 has. Like running something infinitely is not a problem. Problem is like when you run it, like the items that you are looking for are like very specific. They are already predetermined stuff. Like the GA is like it's not good enough, man. Like you don't even get rares. It's just like legendary spam, which is annoying as shit. You get like 70 bajillion items. You just and you don't even care about most of them. So it's not about like just the amount, the actual content itself is just the gearing, the itemization is still trash. So yeah, it was a good addition, but like it needs like a whole lot more. And that's what Path of Exile fixed. Like Path of Exile fixed that like long time ago, with their crafting and like avoiding uniques. Like most of the uniques are not actually like OP in PoE. They're only like broken for a specific class, are like mandatory. And there is like Mage Blood, Headhunter. Like there is like one item everybody wants, right? And that's cool. That's cool to have like 1 or 2 items that everybody wants to use. But when like your entire gear is like you want to use a Shaco, you want to use like a ring, Starless Sky, you want to use like the amulet, you want to use the chest, then everybody's running the same shit and everybody's like looking the same, man. So yeah, like once you like once you get like a mega gear, like one class, you have pretty much like 90% of the gear for like, every other class. So why bother playing, dude? Yeah, that's the problem. Like in Diablo, you just need time, like 20-30 hours, depending how like if you have a group, if you have people to feed you items, right? You're done within like 20-30 hours or so. Like you're actually done. Mine TNT thing, yeah, like that is the thing.
And thus,
dude, I can't wait. My Expedition was such a freaking cool mechanic, and it's back in PoE too.
So after you've
I like
the first
Expedition.
Boss, you get 2 points. After you kill the second boss, you get 2.
That was like a good league.
And then the
blow shit up.
Challenge at the end, the 4th boss that have you that content. If you're able to kill that one, then you get your 4th set of points for that. So effectively, in both cases, there are 4 bosses that you can kill, and effectively, once you've defeated, the second set of them, then you get more points and so on and so forth.
Now, I think you alluded to this earlier, but just to further clarify, Atlas progression can be done in a group as well as ascendancy.
Okay, so
you do those in a group. So when you go to do the
check what is, so basically Atlas is per like whoever is the leader, it's his Atlas, right? You don't progress your Atlas, you progress his.
For the Atlas, the Atlas state is only one, like it's one person.
So it's pretty much the way that it worked in last epoch, but the thing is, like with the corruption not being a thing, right? There is no like corruption in this game. It's just like you progress through the Atlas, it randomizes like what you see like in front of you and stuff like that. So there is no point in it. So you can join anybody and like progress along with them, as long as like there is like 4 different tiers, right? So that's like the only difference. Yeah, you make the game harder when you want to. Like there is that progression trees, but it's only like person's progression tree, right? So if somebody plays with me, right, like if I want to like help somebody, it would like make more sense that I enter their game than they enter my game, if they can't handle like the difficulty, for example, of my Atlas. If that makes sense.
But obviously everyone's getting rewards and so on from that. But
unless they just want to like sit at the beginning, right, and get everything.
One person is getting that exploration because they've all got separate Atlases.
Like if you want to actively play, then you would join like somebody who is like less powerful than you.
Whose party it is.
Yeah,
stuff
so
like that.
Boosted
Pog, yeah. But I know like a lot of people don't like to just sit there. Who likes to sit idle, right? It's fine like for a couple of like map stuff, but usually people just get bored of that.
We'll
So
get towards the end here, just a couple more.
like I don't mind like, but I
So
think
we
like a
saw
lot of
of
people hate
skills
just like
being
sitting
evolved
there and
for
doing nothing.
Specific weapons in the reveal, we saw them. Open
Doesn't
up
matter if
at
you get
skill
gear or
trees, it
no,
was,
so.
swords,
Well, I play another game.
maces, and
Hey, that's
blades.
totally fine, dude. You
So
get
the
get me
question,
like
of
higher
course,
chance
is,
to
are
like
there more
you get me like more
types of
magic
different
find,
weapons to
but you need to
come?
be close. I think it's like 2
Can we
screens
hear
away.
a bit about those? We'll start with that.
Yeah, so effectively all of the on that list, it does have the full list of all the weapon types. Now I should mention that like the weapon types for classes that are sort of designed for classes that we're not releasing yet, we're not giving the skills for those out either at the moment, and that's just because like effectively the weapon set of skills there is the class, like, and then if we're doing that, we'd also have to do all that other work as well. So effectively, there would be no point if we did that. And that does actually mean, by the way, that like swords are not dropping in PoE 2 right now because there's no sword skills for them.
No,
so
like
there's no
I
point.
absolutely looking
You
forward to
have
do like
do that.
my biggest issue with like PoE as well was it is like primarily a single like it was like a single player game, right? Like solo game because it was so annoying to party, especially because like you destroy everything in one hit, so there's really no point in partying.
The skills
And you like zap around the map. Like this game is like much slower,
so
so
feels very different from one another.
I think it's gonna feel like similar to like D4 was okay though. D4 like had like a good spot for like group play. That's why. That's also like a big thing.
Like it feels like the skill set you get for each one is more distinct, and you know and thus the play style is different. So yeah, you'll obviously see more about that as we add the more classes.
Fair enough. But you said that
classic.
there were all of them there, and in the playtest that I've been part of, we've seen both one scepters.
You don't have to worry. I play monk, man. I'm gonna get one shot by most of the thing.
Is that something we're gonna see in the future?
So the wands are kind of like, you know, part of the occult line, and each wand has its own skill on it. So there's actually a bunch of skills on those wands, and yeah, as you play through the game,
I never forget.
those will be part
As I
of the
said,
set
don't
of,
worry, man.
skills as well. And then scepters have.
I wonder like
so there's
if
actually two
monk is
lines
gonna
of
be
scepters.
good
There's
with like
ones that are
armor
very
and
focused,
shield,
so those either give you minions or things that support
like
minions.
armor and
And then
energy
there's the
shield
ones
bases.
that are kind of
Because he has
designed
that
for,
meditation skill tree which doubles your like energy shield.
more for a
Or
different
do you want to go
class.
pure
So
energy shield?
there's another class as well that uses scepters commonly. I actually don't know whether or not any of those scepters are in the game currently, but effectively there's like kind of a line of scepters that are designed. They give you spirit, but they're more not.
Yeah,
so
it's
much
probably gonna
about
be
minions,
energy shield like full on.
Templar
So, you've got
question
that-
mark?
yeah. It's pretty obvious, I suspect. But
I mean, doesn't necessarily need to be, right?
Effectively, so you've got that as well. So and then you've got the.
It doesn't need to be the
states,
case.
also have their own set of things as well. So effectively, there's actually quite a lot of skills that are represented there.
Just because
that,
like you
don't
start
see
as
in those
one.
lists because they're kind of separate. And actually, one thing I should mention.
Yeah, there is
maybe
still
wasn't
hybrid gear.
obvious, is that anytime something says it grants a skill, that skill is supportable with support gems. So like
Everything
in
is
the,
like armor-wise, everything's the
in
same.
the
You have like
presentation,
dodge,
if you
like
saw a scepter
evasion,
class, then it says
armor, and
grants
energy shield, and
some
hybrid
skill.
of
You
those.
can support that skill with sockets on your character. So like that time stop, for example, like that's a supportable skill. You can put things on that, and stuff like that. So that's actually kind of one of those things that's not entirely obvious from just looking at it.
Fair enough. We'll move over to the next question, which is with life not on the passive tree. Shout out to Kriparian for this one. Are some characters still going to potentially be significantly tankier than others as they are in PoE 1?
Yeah.
Just to give some more context for the people
Right, fire, man.
about the difference between, say, a CI versus Mind of a Matter versus life stack and armor evasion, etc.
Yeah. So I mean, you can still absolutely get life, from gear, but the main way that the tree is going to allow you to get tankier is effectively other effects like to do with defenses, right? So, armor evasion and so on. And there's quite a lot of stats around modifying those and doing different things with those. I think there is a lot of scope for that kind of thing. And I think it's more obvious to a new player that if you want to be defensive, then go for all this armor or evasion or whatever nodes. Like the whole breakdown of like some X% needs to be life or whatever, I think was confusing before. So effectively now.
Oh, right. So there is still defense nodes on the tree, though.
Those defensive nodes, and you should be.
There is defense one, but there is no HP ones.
Sure that you can feel a lot more defensive than some other.
So there is like defense stuff that you can find. That's good. Okay. It's just the HP one is not.
More to say about that effectively. Yeah, just effectively, yes. We want to have the ability to control a lot of defensiveness from the tree.
I'm going to rapid fire a few questions related to warrior ascendancies here. So,
by the way, like 1 hour 26, they planned this one to be like 1 hour thing. and it's lasting like 2
One
hours.
of them that got shown during the LA presentation and went on IG, or actually an Open World Games video, and then has been kind of spread around Reddit, etc., is effectively the rucksack is back. So you have the Titan, it says plus 20 inventory space. There's
Dude,
been some
this
questions
class,
related
freaking
to quality of life being something
plus
that
20
has
back
an
spaces, let's go.
related to only a particular ascendancy. So could you elaborate on the decision behind this?
I guess there's not really a huge amount to say about it. Like Mark was the one who was like, yeah, we should probably do this, and like he'd probably be a better one to answer that question. But he was kind of like, you know what, I think we'll try it out, right? If it doesn't work, we'll just change it. Just true of anything we do. So yeah, I don't think there's some big deep philosophy around this. It's just kind of like, hey.
Sure.
Also true, dude.
For context, I think the reason people are asking is like, well, I want plus 20 on my class. It's type of questions here. Ghazzy, did you want to?
I do want to, I'll interrupt you real quick. There's that as well, sure. But there's also this idea that your first 2 ascendancy points, where your ascendancy points, you get 2 of them, you kind of want to get the majority of the classes giving you something that gives you power.
Fair
Whereas
enough.
this choice is only giving you a quality of life feature, and Blood Mage, first 2 ascendancies, is a negative input for the class. So I was curious about the decision.
Right. So okay, well, I'll go into the Blood Mage one at least. So one thing I should mention about that is that it does allow you to overcap your life by double, which is something that I didn't mention in the video, but it's kind of important, right? So effectively, if you're picking up those orbs,
kind of important, dude.
Because life that you normally have. So
yeah, he didn't say this. He just, dude, he just said you lose life, right, when you're spamming skills. And there is nothing good about it. There was not a trade-off. Now that he mentions that you can overleech, which means basically double the life, which you couldn't do otherwise.
Mark actually pointed out. Yeah, Mark actually mentioned that.
Big difference, man.
Mentioned that upside in the thing. So yeah, that's kind of an important element as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And that is because nobody knew it though.
Yeah, but I kind of.
As I said, so people were figuring out that class is not good because of that, because people didn't know, right? So this is all info that that nobody actually knows yet of the game.
Look,
By the way, they do give streamers access to some of this stuff, right? But once they do give them the access, right, they have the strict NDAs about what they can do. But usually nobody knows actually what's happening, right? Even people like Ziz don't really know what's actually in the game.
I know what you mean about the.
But those who do, they have very, very strict schedules what they can release and when, content-wise.
Understood, right? I totally get where you're coming from with that.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next ascendancy node. So during the footage, speaking of the footage of the presentation, I'm sitting there and I'm super hyped about Warrior. I'm going to play Warrior. I play Warrior in all 3 tests. I want maces, seeing the giant splits, all looking good, right? So then they show the Warrior class of the Ancestral Spirit. And the footage shows a monkey who gets summoned. He pounds his chest and he runs into a tree. He just runs away.
Yes, I know. And this came up during when we saw that so late as well. So okay, one thing I think you guys should understand is the fact that okay, you probably assume that this video was ready a week ago. Well, let me tell you, we were rendering it out the night before.
Freaking classic, dude.
Right? So there are a lot of things about
classic campaigner, dude.
Would have wanted to improve. The monkey running off into the tree was definitely on the list. Okay, that was in there. That was certainly not lost on us. Unfortunately, we just didn't get time to fix that.
To be fair, I'm not
but yes, I know what you mean. It didn't look good.
Yeah, well, I'm not so much trying to roast you about the monkey. It's everyone wants to know what the monkey do. There's a monkey, but what does the monkey do? Is there any chance I could find that?
What does the monkey do, though?
I don't actually have the finer details on this one. It's I actually don't know. I would have to ask Mark about that one. He's the one working on that.
Fair enough. So there's a monkey.
Yeah, I know. But the thing, but it was not lost on me though. That one thing, it was. Yeah, honestly,
mistakes have been made.
It came in hot, that presentation. Let me just say that.
All right.
So it does more than runs away then.
Yes, it does more than runs away for sure. It's going to be attacking. It's going to be doing stuff. It's just, I think, just AI failed.
It does something at some point. Got it.
The
monkey see, monkey do.
We saw the Jade. Is that defensive only? There was a Jade ramping stack and lets you gain Jade per second. So the question is, are you gaining Jade as you're in Jade form sitting there, and then that translates to a buffs of some kind, or do you have to stack Jade in order to be able to use the skill? So I was hoping, would you be willing to give us any...
So while you're not using the skill, effectively it's building up, and that's effectively acting as a counter of the amount of damage that you can sustain. I should mention, by the way, that and I didn't do a good job of explaining this in the video, that you can turn on and off like quickly. Like you've got an amount of jade, and it's like you use it as when the boss lands, and then you can let go. You don't just stay as a jade statue. The video made it look like you just stay as a statue until it runs out, but that's not how it works. You just hold it down while in your jade, then you let go, and you're not. Yeah, that's the. Yeah. So, well, I mean, you just hold down the skill, right? So effectively, you can use that to tank a bunch of damage, and without.
Yeah, they keep saying toggle, but it's not a toggle. It's literally just like
rolling. You can stay.
Like how blocking, active blocking works. You hold it, you block. That's it. You're all jaded now, man. Not the jade is very good though.
Dodge away and like get out of position.
Like this skill is OP because you can stay in anything in a game that will one-shot you.
All Arctic armor kind of thing. Then.
Well, the thing is, so
when we are in olive form, do we build up olives, dude?
It is a skill you were using because, like, while you're holding it, it's there, and then when you're not holding it, it's not there.
I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to discuss that, Mini. I signed an NDA.
Turning you into
My
a
bad.
statue that's unmoving until you let go, and then you can follow up again. So yeah, it's kind of like
can't answer that.
You should think of it more like a dodge roll where you don't have to actually move, like it's a way of defending yourself against a big attack that you would otherwise get away from.
Okay, well, that makes it sound a lot better.
All right.
So another question people are going. I'm going to try and make these a little bit faster here. Party play. There was the Chronomancer. Looked awesome. Was the one that caught me.
Chronomancer.
How did
you guys hear that? You can block. You can block. We're not talking about the dodge roll. That's the dodge roll you're talking about. We are talking about the Jade statue. Jade statue just absorbs damage. So you can pretty much stand in like... I'm not sure how it scales, but that one can block anything. Yeah, but the Jade statue is different. This is not... we are not talking about... this is a different skill. This is a totally different skill. This one is working differently than both of those. This one can block anything. From what I understand, yeah, this one can do anything. It's just like... depending on like obviously how much damage it does though, so... Yeah, that's the only one. Like the block, the dodge doesn't dodge. You can't like AOE is still gonna hit you with the dodge, right? And the active blocking, you have to like move out of the red ones. So, but this one doesn't like you just can't move. You can't literally do anything. That's it. But you can pretty much should be able to block like everything in the game.
is the freezing time?
I say block, but it's just like absorb, I guess.
It doesn't stop your friends.
Okay.
But yeah, Chronomancer. So Chrono is awesome, man.
Have someone go and then the next guy go and then the next guy go and theoretically.
I don't see why not.
Nah, I think this one is gonna be hilarious.
There you go.
I have a feeling this is gonna be the most broken class. At the beginning, they're gonna have to like nerf the way that it scales, because people are gonna make the full party of Chronos around and just Crow is just too powerful, dude.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna cut in here with two more quick ones, and then we're gonna let Ghazzy add some minion questions. After that, we're just at the Q&A rapid fire, the last few couple from chat here, and then we're pretty much gonna send you on your way. So, div cards have been in the game.
Block is the strongest block, man.
From the puzzle
that is true.
That were originally came out was the first basically mention of this. So we're hoping to hear a little bit of information about how you want div cards to be, presented within, this, as well as maybe some timelines, because I saw in the packs you guys are both selling this, as well as unique items will come up as supporter packs as well. So some information related to all of those questions.
So effectively, once we've got the our ducks in a row to be able to sell that, because we were a little bit worried. We were just kind of feeling we were planning on selling at the same time as the supporter packs came out, but we ran out of time a little bit, so we couldn't quite put them up.
No, it has the gauge. If it fills out, you're stunned.
Fairness issues around it,
so you don't want to get it maxed out, because then you get stunned and get absolutely wrecked. Yeah, it can break the block.
Fair access to them, because we're not going to sell too many of them, because every single one of them requires that an artist draws like an image, based on a description that the player supplies. So this is going to be
something like stamina.
Too many of them sold, and then the same is true of the of the uniques as well. Now these are going to be expensive, right? Because the thing is that we can't sell that many of them, and the cost to deliver a unique item now is like so much higher than it was back when it was just some art and a few stats. Like there's a lot going on with these, so we're going to be doing that. I understand that you got one.
So Warrior it is for me, man. Nah, Warrior looks also pretty fun though.
I was curious for myself. I wasn't going to take your time.
That's like I wanted. I would have played like probably will play Warrior, but I want Monk first. Monk just looks fucking sick.
Yeah.
There is no Templar, and like the Monk just looks goddamn cool.
10% chance to get a creator unique, and a 90% chance to get a div card.
Only blocks. I think there is gonna be like passives that can affect it. Like sides, stuff like that.
So
I'm sure there is like block involved things in the game.
It was random, like I've got no idea who they got sent to. Anyway, what was it? Oh, that's right. So the div cards, yes. So the div cards designed, like they've actually got like a bit of a new design as well, a fresh coat of paint, but they do fundamentally work the same way that they worked before. The nice thing is that because of the way the
I mean, it could be, but the thing is though, it is
rates,
the difference is like it was the class that died the most though, Kieran, in their playtests.
Make it like the better
like it was the most fun to play according to everyone,
and
but it was also like the squishiest class. Like people were dying like left and right with that one.
So quite a lot cooler. I think hopefully
like being cool, right? Has its downside.
We like doing this community stuff. Like it's just fun to have the players involved and things like that. So that'll be fun. And of course, the uniques are another whole can of worms. Where there's always a lot of back and forth with the community members about.
Like I like tanky characters, but I also like the freaking dope ass characters like that.
Well, you could work with our designers.
You're like a Sith freaking with a lightsaber, okay? You got to pay for the style, pretty much.
My box is stuck in customs.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Like a double-bladed sword. That's how the freaking staff with like lightning enchant works, though. So sick.
So at this point, pretty much, I think we cut Ghazzy loose to ask his minion-related questions. I think he had a little list of
like double-bladed saber is what I meant.
A little list. I try to keep it short. I hope everybody's comfortable. So
all right, Ghazzy, time for the minions, though.
Minion rant. It is short, though.
Wake me up, shit.
We can start with the footage we watched earlier from.
Even though like minion builds in this game are looking cool, but
when you popped it, all the minions disappeared. In the footage in the reveal, you had minions.
Yep,
we need some elaboration on this.
Yep. So this is actually something that I think probably does need some addressing, because right now, since the demon form is
everybody can go
is a shapeshift form, it means that
I mean you can craft it with that currency.
And I need to talk to
you can craft like it on your.
Correct. This is just
was it rings? Is it rings now?
Needs
but yeah, you can get the node though.
Talk to him about that, and we'll make sure that.
So every class can get it.
That demon form is obviously intended to be used with minions. It has like it's got specific stuff, so I'll talk to him and we'll see.
Well, I'm not really sure. Like, there is things that classes can't equip, right?
But yeah, as I said, I think it needs to be addressed.
Is that like a thing? I don't know. Like if it's.
I know you love this.
I'm guessing it's not really a thing. Everybody can equip everything.
And it is the animate guard.
But I think it's only working on maces and swords.
Will it work differently?
Not an EA, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Actually, no.
I think the note says that like only two-handed maces and swords.
It's not an EA, so I won't talk about it. But there are some other things that kind of take some of the design space of that.
I don't know. Does it say Axis? Maybe an Axis. I don't know. I can't remember like the specific node. You have to like Google and see like what it says on the keystone itself.
So we obviously have the spirit being the reservations resource for both minions and auras. So could you elaborate on the power balance approach that you have, the mindset for minion players when it comes to reserving your spirit? Like, how are we supposed to incorporate auras, or is it just meant for us to just not have any auras? They're supposed to be for minions.
So a couple of things I'll say. One of them is that on some level you do have to make some decisions about, like, do I want more aura, do I want more minion? My hope is that there'll be some tension there, where like in some cases it'll be more of one, some cases it'll be more of the other. However, I will mention that you effectively have an aura on a stick with the scepter, because the scepters have a bunch of traditional aura mods. So effectively, that's what the expectation is usually, that if you're playing a pure minion build and you're not wanting to actually hit yourself, then you'll probably want to go all in with all of the sort of aura mods on the scepter, and that will allow you to kind of get that kind of gameplay there as well.
So easy aura bot, man.
Yep.
speaking of scepters, I know we talked about this in LA a few times actually, and that's regarding weapon swapping. When you have a scepter in one hand and now you're weapon swapping to a non-scepter set.
So the intention is to have it so that you can lock one of the weapons to work on both sets. So if you've got one scepter that is like really good, then you can effectively lock that in place so that no matter what you're swapping your other hand to, you can keep that, like you can make sure that you've still got your scepter. But I believe that feature isn't quite in yet, and I don't know if it'll make it for early access or not. It might do.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So because like it's very big difference, so you don't lose all the
follow-up question
minions when you switch.
So you have a scepter, like that gives you X amount of more skeleton warriors.
Yeah.
And you're weapon swapping to without scepters. Now, obviously, the warriors goes away. But if the scepter gives you spirit that you have reserved for minions, in what order, what minions will be then disappear when you're then switching to a set that gives you less spirit than you were reserving?
Good question.
Okay, but I think the swords are not in the game yet.
Okay.
I think that's what he said. I don't know. I think I read it like somebody did a summary and said that the swords are not in the game yet.
User interface.
I don't know if that is like for two-handed or because we didn't see the one in. We only saw like maces in the footage, right? We never seen like a sword.
That interface has a separate column for each weapon set you have, and you can put up and down the minion counts per weapon set in one grid. Because so that actually allows you to really exactly dial in this exact stuff. But unfortunately, we didn't get time. And so there are a couple of problems with regard to spirit and minions and that interface that we have right now that are like make it a bit more confusing. And so we actually, we literally have like prototypes of this, but we just didn't quite finish it for EA. But effectively, you can control what minions are going to be spawned on what weapon set independently, and you don't necessarily have to have. It's not necessarily the case that like certain ones die because you ran out of spirit. It can be that you just have a completely different setup of how you want your minions to be.
Yeah, like they specifically designed them so
based on that. So
they are going like that though.
To effectively have two completely different layouts of how you want your minions to be, if you want.
So where you start also like what wasn't mentioned. Well, he did mention it, but each like skill tree, right? If you start with the monk 2 skill trees are gonna be based on the ascendancies, right? You're gonna have like one part of the tree is gonna be for one ascendancy, like usually, right? What you would like take, like for example, like this one is elemental, is gonna have elemental stuff. Oh, it already has the stuff there. Okay, cool. But yeah, like it's set up in a way that it doesn't really like you kind of know where you want to go though. Like that's the thing. Like it shows like it's not okay. Am I doing the right thing? Because it kind of guides you, like to at least the first part is guiding you where to go,
and can be completely configured to whatever ones. Now, any counts that are like if you've got a count on one that's like 3 and a count on one that's 6, then yeah, it'll like change the.
And they keep the theme, right? Elemental stuff is on one side, so you keep the elemental stuff. You go on the other side if you want like a chaos thing or like dots and stuff like that. And obviously, like you can move into other trees, which also has the same thing: elemental, chaos, stuff like that.
The two between the two sets. That's kind of the confusing part, I think, at the moment, because it's not obvious that that's occurring. And that's the reason why we wanted to have that grid layout of having like, here's weapon set A, here's weapon set B, here's the counts you have in each one. So to make that very explicit, so you can see what's going on there. And it's the same with auras as well, where you can have like auras.
I didn't see like if there's a spell suppression though. Spell suppression is great in PoE 1 though.
That's going on.
Okay. If I can stack spell suppression on Monk,
that seems like the solution to have one set for single target fights and one for clearing.
Yeah, you can do things like that if you want. You can do things like that.
What were you saying, DM? Sorry.
I got a question, just because you're talking about weapon swapping here. So dual wielding, the thing that I thought looked interesting is dual wielding two-handers, obviously, look pretty cool. So I'm kind of curious, is the benefit of dual wielding two-handers, like, is it the same as PoE 1 or how?
Yeah, I don't know.
The benefit of,
like, I don't know, like, if it's in a game or not.
In PoE 2.
Yeah, so effectively it's actually different per skill. So every skill has got its own decision about how.
Yeah, too much. Like as I said, it's only like
in some
complicated
cases,
like first few times around. But once you like realize
the animation.
Like if I would show you like two different skill trees, right? Like two different builds, you would see that they are all like kind of working the same way. Like at the very beginning, you usually go for like all the life nodes. Everybody's like treating like life nodes as like mandatory, right? So if you go through the skill tree and if you have to pass through like damage like nodes and like HP nodes, usually you're gonna pick up the HP nodes because they are mega valuable, right? But since there is no more life nodes, right, the choices like become like much easier now. So what you want, Like, do you want to build like mega, like focus more on the defense? Because they're gonna be a defense stuff, I guess. But it's gonna be like more. Do you want to go like more damage oriented or like a defensive? But like defensive is very different than going with the full like HP, right? HP is much more like valuable than like actual defense.
Right, so like they just now what we're generally trying to do is make sure that each attack, just like both weapons, are inside it, and the animations might be such that like the idea is to try and sort of balance that with like what the animation is effectively doing. But usually you'll hit with both weapons in a single attack, but there are some attacks where you alternate and then you are faster, and there are some attacks that hit with both at the same time and it merges the damage packages so that you get like all of your stuff in one. Like it actually is just very skill dependent. You'll have to sort of play around a bit to do that. But awesome. One thing you might have noticed is that on skill gems now, and this is also true in the skill in the advanced skill screen, there's different tabs where you can see the different, like it'll have like weapon A and weapon B and different tabs and things like that. I believe that's how it works anyway. So that means you can kind of see like how that all interacts. And but effectively, different answer per skill.
Okay, appreciate that.
I'm gonna move on with my minion rant and say I'm just gonna say one word and a question mark, and the word is golems.
Not right now, but I am sure we'll come to those in the future.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up with a couple of quick ones from the minions. Shout out to Crip for this one, and that is the first question here: is permanent minions have commonly had lower power?
There's no class
than
yet.
Temporary minions in
think.
PoE 1, and the question is: will this theme still be a thing in PoE 2, despite the lack of generating corpses versus bosses?
So effectively, the temporary minions are designed in such a way that they can make a boss fight make sense in terms of damage and everything that you can do. And the temporary minions are kind of designed in a way to make it so that when you've got your permanent ones plus also your temporary ones, then that makes sense for clearing. So this is kind of a way to have like a different situation for
there is a lot of things happening, and I know that there is something he mentioned here when
you can raise temporary minions, and that effectively means
once
that,
he gets to specters,
will have an easier time with those fights just because of that. Just because of that.
He left something in the air, like there is something that we didn't see yet. That replaced them for now. The specters are coming, but there is something, and we don't know what.
Okay. So effectively, the intention is
I think that's like what I remembered as well.
Should be well, with a couple of exceptions. There's a few ways to do a few things, but effectively with just the permanent minions you have, that should make boss combat feel correct. And it's also kind of important as well because when you've got a full suite of temporary minions, the amount of minions you can have is like absolutely outrageous. And for clearing, that's fine, but for making boss combat actually makes sense. Having the fewer number by just having only the permanent ones kind of means that like you actually get the like proper combat we're trying to have for boss fights. So I think that actually does quite work.
Yeah, it's insane how many. These nuts was left
because that's how it felt playing at even low level. Like,
but yeah, like
it was beautiful. I will.
Necro is freaking nuts in this one,
though. Is actually the most
These nuts.
One. We saw Blood Mage. We saw Infernalist, which seems to be like the fire-oriented minion ascendancy. But where's my Necromancer? Like, is the third ascendancy gonna be like Occult Chaos, Dot, Curse, and minions, or what are we expecting to see here?
I won't say exactly what it is, but what I will say is this. One challenge we have with the ascendancies is we don't want it to be that if you're playing a minion character, here's the one ascendancy, right? Like, we don't want it to be that this is always your choice. So this makes it very tricky to design because we need to make sure that there's like something and a variety of these that you'd actually be interested in. And so that being said, look, I think it's a cool fantasy that we want to have the sort of necromancer type thing, but I think that in order to do it, we have to make it so it's not just so
not happening. Stop asking, dude. He only plays necro. What do you mean? It's literally his entire channel is necros, dude.
There's just necro.
Of, like, he's a necro main.
We'll just go with these two for now, and that's kind of like the main issue. So yeah, that's effectively the design constraint we're working around with this.
Okay.
So now we are, we made it through all our main questions. We have
Ghazzy on live support, dude.
Just like you don't have to elaborate much, just real simple ones that we put from the chat right before the start. And then, thank you. We went about a half hour longer than we were planning to hold you, but we appreciate you taking the time. So I'll shoot these.
I'm sure, like, dude, like he has.
Okay, first one, strong boxes.
Like there is two ascendancies for it.
Locked in almost like Rich one. It takes a really long time for them to come out. So
This is another one of those I wish we could have replaced that shot things, because like afterwards we're like, god damn it, like we sped up the frickin' spawn rate on that strongbox like right before we recorded that, right after we recorded that, and we didn't get a chance to reshoot it. So yes, the number of monsters that spawned from that is much faster normally. It's just that the number was incorrect in that video. So you should expect the strongboxes just to be better than that.
But yeah, strongbox, it did take like 3 hours though to
I
spawn.
think the smoke thing was just a mod on it, wasn't it?
It could have been. I might have missed
I think
that.
it was.
Yeah.
No, but the minion pace.
Easy
like,
99,
when I was watching, like,
99.
React and stuff. I was like, god damn it.
And that's like 10% off on release.
Like the monkey, yeah.
Yeah, like the monkey. Exactly.
All right.
Another monkey situation.
Mouse plus analog concurrently. Like if you have an analog stick plus a mouse, can you use them both at the same time?
800%, dude. 800% bonus.
Plan to have it so that you
think
can,
about it. 800%.
Like, so the UI will swap dynamically between the console version and the keyboard version, like when you just use each controller. But right now it doesn't do that. But that's a feature that's been really requested. So we're gonna get to it. We just need to get to it after the start of EA.
Not getting cosmetics.
Maybe you were asking that. Exactly.
I mean, that one is like 240 easily.
Controller.
I think they're asking, like I'm not quite sure.
Which is like 900%
the accessibility. But the question particularly says they want to use the mouse and an analog stick at the same time. And
yeah, this question, I'm not sure even. I don't think anybody's understand what this guy wanted to ask.
As I said, the thing we will support is just the ability to swap from mouse keyboard UI to controller UI. And the main reason for that, by the way, is because people are keen to be able to manage their inventory using mouse keyboard, but actually play using controller. And so that's something that we're keen to support once we once we get around to doing that, which shouldn't be too far into early access.
On that topic, we had another rapid fire question.
Fuck barbs.
Mouse and keyboard support for consoles.
Also, Jacril will hello me. Any female barbarian?
It's something that we hadn't really considered.
I just realized, dude, there isn't like
I suppose it could be done.
Like switching with like male and female characters in this game, dude.
All right, another really big question, which we're gonna condense to a rapid fire version, and that is, we saw Ignite magnitude. Could you just, in a short term, explain what magnitude refers to?
I just muted you.
So effectively, Ignite,
Can't hear.
By default, is like 25% of the hit. It does that. Oh geez, how exactly?
Bro.
Well, anyway, the bigger the hit, the more Ignite damage you get, and then magnitude effectively allows you to scale the Ignite, just a multiplier.
It's fine. It's not called barb in this game, so it's good.
Well, it is.
Yeah, I believe
the hit determines the dot.
Hey, NX.
Okay.
Much love, X, dude.
We had a few questions related to separate clients and be able to play both games at the same time. So people will be able to want to play PoE1 and PoE2 at the same time.
Dude, we be like, what is this?
Like
4.5 hours just watching videos.
You can do that.
PoE event, chat. PoE event. Actually, it's like 10 days. 10 days, man.
Like a few slights.
That's the word I can pronounce? Nah, that's in that's evolved. That's evolved next year, dude.
It does work. It's something you can do.
Okay.
The extremer ended.
For instance, I have a 49-inch monitor, ultra wide resolution PoE2. How's
49-inch
monitor, bro. I don't even have a freaking TV at 49-inch. The fuck is
those big ones? I believe.
How can you play on that,
it's like 29
bro?
By
it's a weird, it's a weird one.
27 inches, gang. Let's go.
Allow you to go up to that. If you go wider than that, it'll start to add black bars. I will say though that like
27-inch, dude.
Routinely running around with one of these, so there can be cases where you get like pop in like maybe a few cases. It should generally work.
Jacril, how are you enjoying
visual things? Just like
how
I've
is
noticed
Stalker
cases, for example, where it's like the level is not quite big enough. So if you stand in one corner, you might see off the edge of the level very slightly. Like in a few cases, like, there's a few kind of like weird things.
49,
yeah, fine, you know,
bro, that shit is freaking huge. That's like my 2 monitors combined.
Sure.
Plus third one as well.
As genre defined.
Actually, like that's like 4 monitors at one, dude.
For the ARPG world, so is Cyclone. Spin to win. Are we gonna see something like a spin to win skill in PoE2 soon?
You will eventually. Just unfortunately, the exact Cyclone skill of just hold it down forever.
Yeah, there we go. No rolling skin yet, like skill yet though.
There's on another class. That will have that.
I'm guessing like the pure duelist has it, which is not in a game yet.
It's not like you're not going to have things similar. Things like that monk skill, which is a little bit different with the twirling of the staff. It's sort of similar. But yeah, the true just like hold down forever and just channel spinning. That's on a different class that isn't in EA.
Okay. On another topic referring to PoE1 is a spell totem. Will we see a spell totem in PoE2?
You will see it. Do we have it in EA or not? I thought we did.
No spin to win, man.
Do we have it in EA or not?
No spin to win, shit.
Well, look, you're certainly going to have it. The question is, will you have it soon?
Well, Monk has it, like.
I'm actually
Well,
not
if you want to
sure.
spin it, just
Look,
go
it
Flicker
was on the
Strike.
skill list recently.
You should play that. Chat, you should play Flicker Strike as your first skill. If you haven't played Path of Exile, I suggest Flicker Strike as your main skill.
But so it might have been cut temporarily, but look, it's been made. It's there. It's just like there must have been some.
You want to play Flicker Strike? Trust me.
Yeah.
Roger.
How about modifiers for maps that like brick the map, for instance, reflect being eligible, elemental immunities, things like that, concepts for this for PoE2?
Reflect is gone.
So we do definitely have modifiers that are hard, and look, some modifiers will definitely be something that will be hard.
It's gone, dude.
I don't think we've got reflect, but there are mods that are hard.
Fuck reflect, dude.
So it can happen, right? There are things like you've got to have certain things that your build can be good or bad against, I believe. It's notable though that the upsides and downsides work a bit differently, and because the upsides are prefixes and the downsides are suffixes rather than having them merged together. So that means the number of downsides that you face it will be lower because there's only going to be 3 rather than 6, and that means that each one is like a bit.
It
more
was like so freaking bad, dude. I hated it.
Like you got that issue with mod dilution where it's like if you got 6 things,
elemental reflect,
notice them because it's not that you don't notice them, but it's like. Each one is not like as important because there's 6 of them. Whereas when there's 3, it's like the 3 downsides actually matter quite a lot. So I think it sort of changes the gameplay around that quite a bit. Sure, there might be cases where mods can kind of brick your build, but try to avoid those if you can. I personally think it's interesting to be able to play around certain stuff like that sometimes. But yeah, we don't want to be as harsh as something like Reflect is, I would say.
Sure.
Yeah, Reflect was the worst though.
Was related to like an import-export. For instance, for skill trees. So for people can effectively copy paste builds in there. Is this a philosophy you guys are for, against, etc.?
So there's a feature that we never actually finished for this. It's in the game client, but I think probably disabled.
So you can already copy builds, dude.
It's something that we did plan on doing. It's just that the UI for it was kind of crap and we didn't get time to finish it. But effectively, there was going to be a thing where you could make a .build file, which would effectively be like a skill tree layout that you could import. And effectively, we work kind of like an item filter. We could throw it in a folder, and then the client will pick it up, and then you can select.
Yeah, this is very cool though. Like this is a cool. It's not still yet in the game, but
we just kind of haven't got around to finish.
That's very cool. Like I'm looking forward to this one.
We'll get to it.
That's a very cool feature
across the globe. From now till the early access launch, 6th of December. We're not that many days off. 12 days, if my math is right. Yep. Teasers from now till then.
Yep,
can we expect it?
There's definitely going to be teasers. The community team have got a bunch of things, or at least they'll be making them. It is scary being so close. Like the big concern that I have is obviously server stuff now. Like my big concern is like, can we make sure that the servers are going to hold up? There's a lot.
No, they already have like the feature itself. As I said, like they already outsourced a lot of like UI stuff. That's a UI thing. Like they have it. They just like didn't find the time to like implement it. They already have it like set.
It's going to be like making sure that
they're probably like, dude, like they are releasing the game in 10 days. Okay.
Really suck if we get like launch day problems.
Oh, there we go. Server issues.
I'm worried we're going to be setting record numbers that will, be very hard to deal with. But we'll do our best, obviously. Watch
this now.
That's going to be my thing to concentrate on going forward.
I want to just real quick follow up on that. Because it sounds to me like you're almost surprised by the amount. I mean, obviously, you have a good product. You've been making a good product for a while. So you're not surprised you have a good product. But what I'm hearing is there's a lot of interest, maybe even more so than you were. Would you say this is accelerating a little bit larger than you guys originally anticipated? Or how that's got to be encouraging, right?
It is. The thing is that I guess so. Obviously, when we get to open, full release, right? Obviously, the numbers there are going to be ridiculous because it's free. Anyone can play it. I guess the expectation was that because this was paid entry, and also like there's just a general feeling around early access that people have, where it's like, oh, maybe I'll just wait till the release. Like there's always this kind of feeling of like, I'm gonna wait. And I guess my feeling was that because of the fact we had both that and also the and also the fact that it wasn't. You can't get in necessarily for free. I guess I was thinking like...
Okay, so like the thing is, right? Thanks Diablo. Thank you, Diablo. Like a lot of this has to do with like Diablo being kinda ass, right? Like you're getting done with Diablo in like 2 days and people have nothing to play, right? PoE 1 is like 1,000 years old, like so they want like something new. Even if it's a paid one. Even it's a paid one, right? Like, obviously everybody's gonna be, man.
We would probably see sort of similar numbers to what we've seen in previous
Because they don't really have that many alternatives right now. Like last Epoch still doesn't have a league.
Packs and so on. I mean, it's looking like it's.
It did help. Like I think like D4 like helped a lot because they dropped the ball with.
Part of the whole thing of having
still can't hold players like engaged for like more than like 2 weeks into the season.
But at the same time, you know, there's always those factors of like, you know, like I was completely certain we were going to smash it out of the park with regard to the full release. I just wasn't certain that we were going to have records on records for concurrency on early access, and so it's looking like we will. You know, that means we have to make sure that our servers are up to the jobs.
Concurrence, that means like 500,000 players at least.
I mean, we can always do that. Although even that,
I would say that. I would say it's gonna be like
because you know, like you
500,600K on like early access.
Be like, hey, we need like 5,000 servers out of nowhere. Like they're like there actually is some level of like of doing that. So we're doing that. You know, getting that all organized. But it's also just like the back end, right? Can the back end handle it?
Amazon give 5 bajillion servers. Thank you.
Load testing stuff to kind of make sure that we can try to simulate it, but then your simulations will never quite match reality. You never quite know, will it actually work? So we're doing our best basically to try and make sure that's the case. But I think we can see a pretty.
I mean, yeah, like as I said, a whole lot of people bought like packs, and I
can't wait.
But thing is, he made like a freaking after that reveal, right? Even if you never played this game, bro, if you watch that reveal for like more than 10 minutes, you're gonna be playing this game on early access. Even if you watch for 10 minutes, like even if you don't know what the fuck like the map is, what is like any of those like 7 things he mentioned at the end, dude. When does it officially launch? He never said like they don't give you date, right? But as I said, I think like he wants it to be like within a year. I think like early access is. I think they have a limit on how much they can keep the game as an early access though. Because otherwise they would keep it like early access forever. I know like back when PoE 1 released, but there was no early access back then though. So it was just a beta. But the PoE was in like a beta for like 5 years. So. But yeah, it wasn't like early access because there's like they treat like Steam treats like early access very differently. But I think there's a limit to it. How long can you be in early access?
Question we have right now is equip gear, even though the gear
probably like a year
itself
or 2, I guess.
Fulfill the attribute requirements. There's actually one more question after this, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's say you have a pair of gloves, they have 20 decks, and if you unequip, then you can't equip the skill gem or whatever. Can you just switch that with another pair of glove with dexterity without that being a problem?
You can switch. You can swap them when you already meet the requirements on both. You can swap them between, and that will not break anything. But currently, if you have a piece of gear that will support itself, like if you have a piece of gear where equipping it would give you enough stats to support it, unfortunately, it doesn't currently let you do that. You have to find a way to get the dex first, and that is annoying. And we are planning on fixing it one day. We just haven't gotten around to it. It's just one.
Did he just say like get the dex first?
It seems like it's simple, but the problem is that to actually do it completely correctly, because there are stats that affect like that. I'm trying to think of one out of the top of my head, but it's like. If you have a stat, for example, that says something like this, that it doubles your dex, then immediately it's not just...
Whoa, you can double your deck? Holy crap, man! Bro!
Like, okay, what would the stats be on my character if I were to equip this thing, including all the changes that would occur from...
You can double the deck?
And then after you've done that, then it's like, well, now I've done that, a fake simulation of that.
For $30, by the way.
And so it's like, it's just a little
literally $30 only.
So we will get to it one day, because it's a feature that I'd love to
double
have.
decks.
But yeah, currently it doesn't.
If that ain't a deal, then I don't know what is, dude.
Question we have, and I'll send you on out, is people were asking many times.
Early access login, man. PoE 2 login, dude.
There you go. That answers that question.
Yeah. One thing I will say about it, though, just one detail, is that just to get a little bit technical here, because I used to.
Can you have 4
stuff. The motion vectors we have.
I don't want to ask.
I don't think are as high quality as some games have, and we're using one of the DLSS profiles that's kind of supposed to be okay with that. It just means that some of the motion reconstruction may not be as good as like you get in some games. I think it's pretty reasonable. But honestly, I'm not a huge fan of DLSS myself anyway. Like I prefer the
classic, man.
the raw frames. I'm just that kind of guy.
But
I
yeah,
guess.
so DLSS
We have
is in the
software and
game,
it works well.
but
The
he
servers
he actually hates it though.
It's just that the motion vectors for
He's
some
like, we
things-
made
no,
this
they're really
cool
spell-heavy, right?
skill
And
effects,
so
right?
Spells are like all of those alpha transparent effects. That's like
They're
the
gonna
worst
look shit.
thing for like upscaling. They're like that's where you have all the kind of issues. So that's kind of where you'd expect to see the kind of artifacting that you get from DLSS.
All right. Well, that's it. We won't take any more of your time. We'll just take those questions and go. Thanks for going, twice the length really that we expected to be here. 2 hours. Got a lot of good information. Is there anything you want to throw out at the end, just because we're about to wrap? Is there anything you want to say, ask, or
I mean, I don't know. Really, I think we probably covered everything. But I just really hope everyone enjoys the game when we release soon. I'm just really keen. And as I said,
Full dick
I'm
spoilers,
sorry
man.
the servers fall over.
True.
Like, I'm really, I really hope we're able to get the servers to not fall over on release day. That's just my one goal now.
I
So,
mean, Dex.
We'll do our best.
Pretty much like it's up there.
Amazing.
All right, so dude, that was a good interview, man. That was a good interview. That was wait, where is the damn? Give me this. That's the one. Like, if you guys want to watch it, that was the one. Right, chat. I think that is it for tonight, man. Tomorrow we might actually play the games. We don't play games here, man. We are just reacting. Okay, wait, we have like another one. Oh no, I watched this one. We watched the thing. So let's see. I have like another one. This one is also like 50 minutes. We're probably gonna watch the teasers like tomorrow. We're gonna have like more stuff, dude. More stuff. I'll probably like play PoE as I said like this week, because I'm kind of grinding, like trying to get to like T16 maps. I'm almost done with the Atlas, though. Are we even gamers anymore? Now, like, as we're only reacting, the classic, man. Classic. Oh, Slav Life Best Russian Hard Bass Mix 1 hour. Bro, I watched the freaking... I watched like one video of Stalker, man. And this is all I get. Based. Freaking based. But yeah, chat, thank you very much for today. See you tomorrow, dude. More stuff. PoE, 10 days, bro. Only plays Paladin. True, though. One day we'll get it, though. But yeah, thank you very much for today, chat. See you tomorrow, same time. Have a great rest of your day. Salute, good night, and bye. React, Andy? No, goddammit. Fine. Fine, I'll go into my ending soon screen. There we go. Bye, chat. Ooh. And Crow?